For decades, America has led the world in technologies that have transformed people's lives and raised their standard of living, from state-of-the-art communications networks to cutting-edge automotive technologies. To win the future, we must continue to lead. Right now, China is our #1 national security, economic, and technological threat. They're challenging the global influence of the U.S. in these key industries. We must confront these challenges by promoting American innovation and entrepreneurship. Our bill to reauthorize NTIA will help us beat China by providing NTIA the tools needed to use resources like spectrum more efficiently, streamline regulations, and advance connectivity across the United States. This will enhance internet and public safety services across the country and create more economic opportunities for millions of Americans. The bill promotes broadband deployment by strengthening agency coordination and secures our networks from foreign threats. We also have several solutions before us that will ensure Americans continue to have the ability to choose the vehicles and the fuels that best serve their needs. This is a critical moment in history. We must be honest with the American people about how forcing them to switch to electric vehicles plays right into China's scheme to control our automotive future. China already controls access to critical minerals necessary for EVs. It controls 76% of global battery cell production capacity for EVs, around 75% of all lithium-ion batteries, and the majority of processing and refining capacity for over half of the world's lithium, cobalt, and graphite. And last quarter, it became the largest exporter of new motor vehicles in the world, surpassing Japan. Instead of forcing Americans to switch to EVs, let's get back to the true goals, which are reducing carbon emissions, improving fuel efficiency, and preserving Americans' access to affordable transportation choices. The legislative solutions today will ensure that we don't hand our automotive or communications future to the Chinese Communist Party. America, not China, must lead the way in cutting-edge technologies. We need to stay focused on securing America's leadership in these sectors through innovation, entrepreneurship, and promoting a free, competitive market to lower costs for people. That's how we've led for decades, and that's how we win the future. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today is our last markup before we depart for the August recess. Committee Democrats have been laser-focused on efforts to grow our economy and lower costs for the American people. 3 laws passed during the last Congress, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act, are beginning to make a real difference. We continue to work to build upon these successes. And we continue to fight back efforts by committee Republicans to undermine these laws, which would only weaken our economy and raise prices on Americans. Those Republican efforts will unfortunately continue at this markup. Today we're considering 6 bills, and I'm pleased that we will begin with 3 bipartisan bills that advanced out of the Communications and Technology Subcommittee. H.R. 4510, the NTIA Reauthorization Act, is bipartisan legislation from Subcommittee Chairman Latta and Ranking Member Matsui. It reauthorizes the National Telecommunications and Information Administration and elevates its leadership in the Department of Commerce by making the administrator position as Undersecretary. This change and the other provisions will help to better reflect the agency's current mission and responsibilities. It also now incorporates bills led by Representatives Custer, Eshoo, and Wahlberg, among others. Then there's H.R. 3369, which directs the NTIA to assess the degree to which AI systems are accountable to consumers and the measures needed to reduce the risks AI poses. Congress must consider these important issues as this new but rapidly growing technology becomes more mainstream. And third is H.R. 3385 that will require NTIA to assess the value of developing a transatlantic submarine fiber cable connecting the United States, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Ghana, and Nigeria to increase the security of our networks and protect them from untrusted actors. Unfortunately, that's where the good ideas end. Today, Republicans are also pushing through 3 highly partisan, I think extreme and anti-EV bills, despite the fact that tens of millions of Americans are right now struggling with extreme heat made worse by climate change. In fact, earlier this month, more than 100 million Americans were under excessive heat warnings and heat advisories. The climate crisis is here, and while Democrats are fighting it with investments to reduce pollution and grow our economy, Republicans are fighting to take away those investments and reverse our progress. The transportation sector is a significant contributor of climate pollution, but thankfully, decades of ambitious clean vehicle standards have driven historic innovation, delivering cleaner air and better technologies, and positioning the U.S. as the global leader in cleaner transportation. It has become clear that the Republican agenda is focused entirely on propping up big oil corporations. The bills on today's agenda are no different. They abandon homegrown American innovation and reverse hard-won climate progress that Americans both need and deserve as we continue to face the record-breaking consequences of climate change. H.R. 1435 would turn back over 50 years of recognizing California's authority to set more protective vehicle emission standards. It infringes on the rights of states, like my home state of New Jersey, to voluntarily adopt those standards to protect people from dangerous air pollution. Then there's H.R. 4468, which would outright bar EPA from finalizing its light and medium-duty vehicle emission standards for model year 2027. This bill also jeopardizes EPA's ability to finalize new vehicle emission standards, effectively preventing the agency from fulfilling its obligation to protect Americans from motor vehicle pollution. And finally, there's H.R. 4469 that would hamper biofuel opportunities across the country. All 3 of these bills prove that Republicans are willing to sacrifice Americans' right to clean air and a safe climate. They prove Republicans are willing to abandon American innovation and global leadership in order to support big corporations. And reversing our progress on clean transportation and doubling down on our fossil fuel dependence would make the United States weaker, in my opinion, not stronger. We already have the technology and the ingenuity to be the global leader in clean transportation. These efforts will lower energy costs, protect public health, fight the climate crisis, and strengthen our economy. But these 3 Republican bills would abandon our position in favor of maintaining the status quo of putting polluters over people, and that's why I'll oppose all 3 bills. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
The chair reminds members that pursuant to committee rules, all committee members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Are there further opening statements? Chair recognizes Mr. Latter for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Today we're considering several bipartisan pieces of legislation from the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology. Over the last several months, the subcommittee has worked to reauthorize for the first time in over 30 years the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA. Our steadfast work will provide the agency with new tools and direction to carry out its 21st century mission in connecting unserved and underserved communities across America. In May, the subcommittee held an oversight hearing with NTIA Administrator Ellen Davidson to receive an update on NTIA's work and hear his perspective on draft legislation. That testimony informed the bipartisan bills we are considering today. I'm pleased to have introduced legislation with the gentlelady from California, the ranking member of the Communication and Technology Subcommittee, H.R. 4510, the NTIA Reauthorization Act, that would modernize NTIA's mission and codify several key offices within NTIA, including the Office of Spectrum Management, the Office of Public Safety Communications, the Office of International Affairs, and the Institute for Telecommunications Sciences. It would also reinforce NTIA's role in cybersecurity policy by codifying and renaming the Office of Policy Development and Cybersecurity. I want to thank my colleagues across the committee for their work on the important initiatives included in the legislation. With our work, we will ensure that NTIA more effectively coordinates federal broadband and manages federal spectrum. The committee also is considering H.R. 3369, the Artificial Intelligence Accountability Act, which would direct NTIA to conduct a study on the accountability measures for AI systems used by communications networks, and H.R. 3385, which will study the feasibility of a transatlantic submarine cable that would provide national security benefits to the United States. And again, I want to thank the minority for working with us in a bipartisan fashion, and I look forward to advancing these bills to the House for full consideration, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Are there further opening statements? Chair recognizes Ms. Matsui for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As I said at the Communications and Technology Subcommittee markup, oversight of the NTIA is one of the most crucial functions of our subcommittee and this full committee. That role is more than just ensuring federal funds are being used wisely. It means defending the agency's jurisdiction and supporting its statutory role as manager of the federal government's use of spectrum. This role has never been more important. In the middle of protracted lapse in the FCC's auction authority and in the run-up to one of the most consequential world radio conferences in a generation, we need NTIA doing its job. With the bipartisan NTIA Reauthorization Act, we're providing new tools and authority to ensure the agency can fulfill its mission. That means elevating the NTIA administrator from assistant to undersecretary and modernizing the agency's mission to reflect the challenges of today and the opportunities of tomorrow. I'm also glad this bill includes my Spectrum Coexistence Act. This language will require NTIA to conduct a review of federal receiver technology to support more intensive use of spectrum. The FCC released a set of receiver principles for commercial equipment, and it's important to do the same, that we do the same for federal tech. We can't afford to have outdated equipment on the commercial side or government side, preventing opportunities for more efficient uses of spectrum. As greenfield opportunities become fewer and further between, it's steps like this that will keep the spectrum pipeline strong. This bill will also include the SMART Act Congressman Guthrie and I introduced to develop an incumbent informing capability. This would allow federal users to share spectrum with commercial users by telling them when and where they're operating in real time. Taken together, this bill will be a powerful tool for a more concerted federal approach to tech and telecom policy. I look forward to seeing it on the floor soon. And while it's not on the agenda today, I know there is still bipartisan interest from leaders of the subcommittee and full committees to advance my Spectrum Relocation Enhancement Act as soon as possible. I appreciate that shared goal and look forward to working with the majority to get it on the next full committee markup. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there further opening statements? Chair recognizes Mr. Johnson for 3 minutes. I got that wrong on the other two.
Thank you, Chair Rogers, for recognizing me at today's important markup. 3 of the bills we're considering today were advanced by the Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Materials Subcommittee to protect consumer choice and access to affordable, reliable, and secure vehicles and fuels. We discussed in depth in multiple hearings, as well as our recent subcommittee markup, that the American people are concerned, but here we are at the height of summer driving season, and the Biden administration is attempting a litany of tactics to interfere with the American people's choice and mobility. Thankfully, Republicans on this committee are listening to the people's concerns. Americans rely on their cars and trucks to commute to work, take their kids to school, check in on grandparents and loved ones, run to the grocery store, to the bank, to receive medical care, and many others. In my rural part of the country, in Appalachia, any number of these could be 30 or 40 miles away, and it's well known that mobility is essential for the well-being and welfare of all Americans, but not just physical mobility, it's also economic mobility, upward mobility. People must be able to have the vehicles they choose and need to get the job done and provide for their families. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has issued regulation after regulation to force electric vehicles on the American people before either consumers or the grid are ready for it. Not to mention, they ignore the true global environmental impact of EVs, which is likely not as, quote, green as proponents say. Luckily, Republicans have solutions to ensure that Americans can buy the cars they want at a price they can afford now and into the future. First, H.R. 1435 would prevent the EPA from issuing California a waiver for vehicle emission standards if the state's standards directly or indirectly limit the sale of new vehicles with internal combustion engines. This bill is timely because California recently submitted a waiver for its Advanced Clean Cars 2 proposal, which would require all new passenger vehicles to be zero-emission vehicles by 2035. We can't let California force its disastrous policies on the rest of the country. Next, H.R. 4468, the CARS Act, would prevent the EPA from implementing what we refer to as the tailpipe emissions rule, which would require 2/3 of new car sales to be electric by 2032. Cox Automotive estimates that there are 90,000 battery electric vehicles sitting on dealership lots right now because American consumers don't want to buy them. This while automakers from Tesla and Ford slash prices and manipulate tax credits in an attempt to entice buyers. We aren't against the EVs, but such government mandates are not letting the free market play out. It's not sustainable. And lastly, we've got H.R. 4469, which would clarify that the EPA is not authorized to create an ERINS program. So with that, I want to, again, be very clear that none of these bills prevent the Americans from purchasing EVs if it makes sense for them and they want them, but we must ensure that they do not have to live with the de facto government EV mandates if they prefer another type of vehicle. I look forward to advancing this legislation on our agenda today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Tonko, for 3 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I express my opposition to the 3 partisan bills that have been advanced by the Environment Subcommittee. These bills seek to deny Americans the public health and economic benefits of our nation's ongoing transition to cleaner, more innovative vehicle technologies. H.R. 1435, the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act, would restrict EPA from allowing California to set more protective vehicle emission standards to address its extraordinary pollution challenges and cause uncertainty to the auto industry by revoking previously issued waivers. H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act, would prejudge the outcome of EPA's ongoing tailpipe standards rulemaking process and prohibit the agency from finalizing a rule that provides vastly greater benefits than costs. Ultimately, this bill will prevent EPA from carrying out its mission, that is, to protect human health and the environment. And H.R. 4469, the No Fuel Credits for Batteries Act, prohibits EPA from finalizing ERINS under the Renewable Fuels Standard Program, which will limit and in some cases prevent wastewater plants, landfills, and farms that capture eligible biogas feedstocks from participating in the RFS. These bills seek to create uncertainty for the private sector, disrupting the tens of billions of dollars of investments being made to develop and produce the next generation of clean vehicle technologies in the United States. There is no doubt that there is an innovation revolution happening in the transportation sector right now. It is already creating jobs and reducing pollution, in large part due to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. Today, we will hear that somehow this innovation-driven transition to clean vehicles plays into China's hands. But the reality is that the exact opposite is true. Failure to develop our own domestic supply chains and manufacturing capabilities will guarantee that foreign competitors win the race to become the global leader in manufacturing clean vehicles and their components. I believe in America. I believe in American workers and automakers and battery producers. We can continue to be that leader in automotive innovation. But winning this global race requires consumer trends, financial incentives, and yes, regulatory policies to all pull in the same direction. Unfortunately, the bills under consideration seek to upend this third leg of the innovation stool, which will undermine the rapidly growing domestic clean vehicle industry. So I urge members to reject the 3 environment bills before us today and work together to further the United States' efforts to lead the world in clean vehicles. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there further opening statements? Chair calls up H.R. 3385 as amended by the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology and asks the clerk to report.
Committee print of H.R. 3385, a bill to direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to submit to Congress a report containing an assessment of the
Without
value.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition and for what purpose? Oh, Mr. Fulcher, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair,
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print of H.R. 3385, offered by Mr.
Without
Fulcher.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment to revise H.R. 3385 to require the Secretary of Commerce to study the value, cost, and feasibility of running a transatlantic undersea fiber optic cable in line from the U.S. Virgin Islands and the Caribbean to specific U.S. military commands in Africa. The previous version had NTIA conducting the study, but now it is NTIA and other agencies within the Commerce Department. I want to thank my colleague, Stacy Plaskett, for working with me on this improved AINS. Undersea cables carry more than 95% of international data. This is due to their ability to provide high-capacity, cost-effective, and reliable data delivered to meet a variety of military and civilian needs. The key here is national security. We strengthen the movement of critical data between Africa Command and Special Forces Command to relevant military and civilian leaders in the U.S. It's a good improvement to the bill. Besides counterterrorism and other security concerns, the U.S. may benefit from trade and investment and countering China in the region. This amendment ensures the private sector has information from the Commerce study to evaluate whether to invest in such a project. The final change was to strike the short title to the bill, reflecting the focus on national security and specific military commands in Africa. Again, I thank Delegate Plaskett for working with me on this important issue. I urge passage of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Clark for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Ladies recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment makes technical changes to H.R. 3385, the Diaspora Link Act, specifically regarding the scope of the report of the bill. Under this legislation, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration is required to study the value, cost, and feasibility of a transatlantic submarine fiber optic cable connecting the United States to Ghana and Nigeria through a link in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The study would also direct NTIA to report to Congress on the current state of telecommunications connecting the United States Virgin Islands and contiguous United States, including an assessment of the lifespan and security of telecommunication networks linking the two. This legislation is a critical step to enhance American communication security and competitiveness around the world. In recent years, the United States and many allies have recognized the threat posed by untrusted Chinese telecommunications equipment to our national security. Thanks to the work of this committee and our colleagues, we have taken steps to remove suspect equipment from American communications networks to protect against attacks or sabotage by our adversaries. The assessment required in this bill is an important step to further that security and ensure a critical global communications channel is protected from the prying eyes of our adversaries. I thank our colleagues, Representatives Plaskett and Fulcher, for their leadership of this effort. This legislation is critical to enhancing U.S. national security and the security of communications between the United States and our African partners, and I look forward to reviewing the results of the NTIA's assessment. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute and underlying bill, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on H.R. 3385 as amended. No. Oh, yeah, on the Ains. Yes. Okay, the vote occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? No, okay. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 3385 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon.
Aye.
Bouchon votes aye. Hudson.
Aye.
Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Sarbanes. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark.
Aye.
Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Ruiz. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Veazey. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Badagan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Trahan. Fletcher. Rogers.
Aye.
Rogers votes aye. Cardenas votes aye.
Madam Chair, how is Mr. Palmer recorded? Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye.
How is Ms. Miller Meeks recorded?
Ms. Miller Meeks is not recorded. Miller Meeks votes aye.
How is Ms. Fletcher recorded?
Ms. Fletcher is not recorded. Fletcher votes aye.
How is Mr. Ruiz recorded?
Mr. Ruiz is not recorded. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Veazey is not recorded. Veazey votes aye.
How is Mr. Sarbanes recorded?
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded. Sarbanes votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Ms. Craig recorded?
Ms. Craig is not recorded. Craig votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, we have 41 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 3369 as amended by the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology and asks the clerk to report.
Committee print of H.R. 3369, a bill to direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to conduct a study and hold public meetings with respect to artificial intelligence systems.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Are there any amendments? Mr. Obernolte?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk in the
clerk will
nature of a
report.
substitute.
Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print of H.R.
Without objection, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I am proud to be a bipartisan co-sponsor of this bill. Obviously, artificial intelligence is going to be of critical importance in developing human productivity and creativity over the next 20 years. But also, it comes with some substantial risks and concerns about safety. Congress is in the process of thinking about what a regulatory framework for AI might look like. But along the way, we have to determine how we are going to investigate AI, to investigate whether or not it's accountable, it's responsible, and it's safe for consumers. This is particularly true in spaces such as telecommunications, which is why this bill is so important. It directs the NTIA to conduct a study on the accountability of AI algorithms as respect our telecommunication systems to ensure that they're safe and that they don't create risks for American consumers. In our subcommittee hearing, we had a discussion about the fact that some of the language that we use when we talk about AI and how we would like AI to be, words like trustworthy and responsible and human-centric, those are emotional words. They express values, but they don't have technical definitions. So this amendment, in the nature of a substitute, adds the definition of those words and the way that they relate to technical standards to the subject of the study that NTIA will create. So I think that this is very worthy of support. This is a good first step in establishing these accountability measures for the use of AI in telecommunications, and I would respectfully request adoption of the ANS and your aye vote on the underlying bill. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir, I yield.
Now, I want to thank Mr. Ovaloti of California for bringing this amendment forward. There's so much that so many of us don't understand in this space. Talking with doctors who practice radiology a few weeks ago, there are significant advances that are being made in the ability to read films and studies with a level of precision that was not possible previously, so that even something as simple as a diagnostic mammogram may be overread by an AI algorithm which could detect problems that in fact might escape the human eye. So I think this is extremely important that we have the right parameters around it. At the same time, it's extremely important that we do not delay the development of these types of interventions. So I just want to thank the gentleman. He's probably, again, the most facile with this topic of anyone on this committee, and I really appreciate his participation in providing us the aims, and I'll be happy to vote for it and the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. Ovaloti.
Thank the gentleman from Texas. Would anyone else like me to yield time? Well, I'd like to thank Congressman Harder for working with me on this bill and again urge your support. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion of the amendment. Chair recognizes Ms. Trahan.
I move to strike the last word.
To strike the last word, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am proud that the committee is voting today on the AI Accountability Act, and I thank my colleagues, Representatives Obernolte and Harder, for their attention to this issue. The unparalleled promise of artificial intelligence brings with it serious accountability questions for a simple reason. When an AI system makes a mistake or causes harm, it can be very difficult to identify exactly what went wrong. From the collection and curation of a data set to training and testing of a model to the implementation and oversight of that model when it is actually used, there are many steps in the AI development process that, if irresponsibly or improperly completed, can cause an AI system to discriminate against an individual, hallucinate false information, or simply make a mistake. And as excited as we all are to develop and deploy AI to solve difficult problems, we must ensure that it's not only consumers and businesses who have access to the information they need to understand AI systems and hold them accountable, but also researchers. Independent researchers are the reason that we as policymakers and consumers have any insight at all into the workings of and the harms perpetuated by big tech and social media companies. The technologies that we've grown accustomed to already operate at such an individualized and personalized level that it's been difficult to hold these decisions accountable. Independent research and the public interest provides the unbiased and expert insights that society needs to guide the responsible development of technology. And that's why I've introduced legislation like the Digital Services Oversight and Safety Act, which would create a system for qualified independent researchers to safely and responsibly access data on social media companies and other tech platforms. And it's why I'm thankful to the chair, the ranking member, and the sponsors of this bill for including a small but important change in the aims to ensure that the bill considers what information should be available to the researchers who study AI systems. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I hope that it is just the first step in our bipartisan efforts to responsibly develop and regulate this technology. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 3369 as amended. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson.
Aye.
Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshoo. Eshoo votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Can Ms. Kelly be? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Rogers.
Aye.
Rogers votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, we have 50 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 4510 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 4510, a bill to reauthorize the National Telecommunications and Information Administration to update the mission and
Without
functions.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition, Mr. Guthrie?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to voice my support for 4510, the NTIA Reauthorization Act. I'd like to thank Chairman Latta and Ranking Member Matsui for including 2 of my bills in Title II of the package, specifically the Smart Spectrum Act, which will require the National Telecommunications Information Administration to establish an incumbent informing capability system to improve spectrum management and facilitate spectrum sharing between federal entities, as well as sharing of federal spectrum between federal and non-federal users. My other bill, the novel Advanced Spectrum and Communications Technology Networks Promotion Act, will direct NTIA to develop standard processes that will better inform federal government spectrum and management decisions. As my colleagues on this subcommittee know, spectrum is valuable and increasingly scarce resource, and I believe we need to do all we can to ensure spectrum users are as efficient as possible. I encourage the support of this bill, and I will either yield time to someone or yield back. I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Chair recognizes Ms. Matsui. For what purpose?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Chair, the clerk will report.
You're supposed to do discussion on the bill.
Ains 01.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4510, offered by Ms. Matsui of California. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title, table of contents. Short title, this act may be cited as the National Telecommunications and Information Administration.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering this amendment today to incorporate important feedback from both the NTIA and the FCC. Maintaining the clear jurisdictional boundaries of the two agencies while also encouraging deeper coordination is important to keep our spectrum governance regime harmonized. By reinforcing the traditional roles of the respective agencies, we can maintain regulatory predictability and avoid conflict. This amendment ensures consistency in responsibilities and provides needed flexibility for the rapidly evolving telecommunications marketplace. I appreciate the bipartisan work that went into developing this amendment and know that it gives us a stronger bill to report to the full House. I want to thank Chairman Lotter for his ongoing collaboration and cooperation with this bill and look forward to a vote on the House on the floor soon. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Georgia seeks recognition for what purpose?
Move to strike last word.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the aims of H.R. 4510, the NTIA Reauthorization Act of 2023, which is crucial to helping close the digital divide. This federal agency has not been reauthorized in over 30 years, and these updates are necessary to keep up with the recent advancements. H.R. 4510 also includes my bill, which codifies NTIA's Institute for Telecommunication Sciences, or ITS. The ITS provides NTIA with complex testing and analysis, which is important for making spectrum policy decisions. Strengthening the statutory authority of ITS is essential to U.S. global competitiveness and innovation. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation to modernize NTIA, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Florida seeks recognition. Which does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, last Congress, we worked with President Biden on a bold vision to ensure high-speed internet access for all Americans. Much like President Johnson many years earlier in the 1960s sought to electrify the nation, we are now making sure that internet, which is essential for everything from telehealth to small businesses to high-tech agriculture to just a quality way of life in rural America, that they would have access to. And so the infrastructure law passed with $65 billion for broadband investment, including $42 billion for the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Act, the BEAD Act. And Mr. Chairman, I'm excited. Florida just got $1.17 billion to help with areas, including rural areas in our district. In addition to the American Rescue Plan, this money is going to help with areas like East Orange County, rural South Osceola. We already see areas like Kenansville, Bull Creek, and Deer Park getting rural broadband finally to them. And that's why making sure to reauthorize the National Telecommunications and Information Administration is critical. because they need to be ready to go to implement this ambitious plan to close the digital divide, to modernize our equipment, strengthen our networks against cyber attacks, and improve public safety communications, especially for a state like Florida where we get a lot of hurricanes, unfortunately. For that and more, I urge my colleagues to vote for this great bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this bill and the AINS. This agency hasn't been reauthorized in over 30 years. I'm glad to see that Congress is doing the work that the people sent us here to do in reauthorizing these agencies and making some of the necessary changes that let us keep up with technology. I'd also like to thank the committee and yourself, Mr. Chairman, for including my bill, H.R. 1360, the American Cybersecurity Literacy Act, in the reauthorization. Obviously, cybersecurity is something that is of growing importance to the American public, and we've seen, unfortunately, in recent months, the consequences when cybersecurity is ignored. 18 months ago, we had a hack of the Colonial Pipeline that shut down and disrupted oil and gasoline distribution to the entire east coast of the United States. A lot of people don't know that that cybersecurity breach was caused by the hack of a single employee password. And unfortunately, Americans are dangerously lax in their password discipline. That's illustrated by the fact that currently it's reported that the #1 password in use by Americans is the word password, followed closely in second place by the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So obviously, this is something that if we don't fix, is going to continue to cause problems with our supply chains and our infrastructure, and we certainly don't want something like the Colonial Pipeline hack to happen again. So my bill, the American Cybersecurity Literacy Act, will direct NTIA to conduct an educational campaign on topics like password discipline and cybersecurity to make sure that some of these problems are fixed. I'd like to thank you for including my bill in the underlying bill. I urge support for the AINS and the reauthorization, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Chair recognizes Mr. Johnson for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I strongly support H.R. 4510 to reauthorize NTIA for the first time in over 30 years. As innovation in communications and technology, and particularly broadband, has drastically evolved over the last 3 decades, this bill will also modernize NTIA to better reflect its current mission and provide it with the necessary tools to complete it. I'm very pleased that Title VI of this bill includes the amended text of my legislation, H.R. 4506, the Team Telecom Act. This legislation would codify the Team Telecom interagency review process that's used to review applications with foreign ownership for which the FCC has referred for national security and law enforcement implications in a timely and transparent manner. It builds on the policy coordination role of NTIA with communicating executive branch views with the FCC, and also tasks NTIA to develop and issue procedures for these reviews. As we see foreign countries such as China and Russia continually try to undermine America's telecommunications market, we must provide the FCC with all the tools they need to keep our telecom industry safe from harmful manipulation. And codifying this interagency review process at NTIA will do just that. So I urge all my colleagues to support this important reauthorization bill, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California's 16th district.
Very good, Mr. Chairman.
Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr.
5
Chairman.
minutes.
Move to strike the last word. I'll be brief. I don't, it's really a puzzle to me as to why NTIA has not been reauthorized for so many decades, not just a handful of years, but decades. But here we are, and thank you, Madam Chairman, for taking this up. This is a relatively small agency in the Commerce Department, but it's limber and does I think, extraordinary work. We made a really once-in-a-generation investment in the infrastructure bill, and it is, that investment is in broadband. We know that it's part of our nation's infrastructure, just the way electricity was at a different time in the life of America. No one can function without broadband. Not a business, not a family, not an individual, not a student. It go on and on. This is, it is ubiquitous. But we know that there are too many Americans, some 24 million Americans, that are either underserved or not served at all. This is an enterprise to democratize that, so that everyone has an opportunity in America because they have this. So I'm so pleased that we're doing this, and I'm grateful to Mr. Obernolte for being the co-lead on the bill that he just spoke to, and also Representative Kamek for her co-leading of the other bill, Understanding Cybersecurity of Mobile Networks Act, that we have done together. So thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and to all of the members that have contributed to this undertaking today. This is, in this particular area, I think this is more than important work. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this legislation before the committee today. The NTIA is a crucial part of the Department of Commerce. The agency manages federal spectrum and is responsible for distributing tens of billions of dollars to states for broadband build-out. If you use a cell phone, have Wi-Fi in your home, or use any sort of wireless technology, how we manage our nation's spectrum directly impacts you. The NTIA has not been reauthorized in 30 years, despite the fact that these technologies and the use of spectrum has evolved rapidly during the time. This reauthorization also includes the Spectrum Coordination Act, which I introduced with my colleague, Representative Custer. This language ensures the NTIA and the FCC are on the same page when it comes to spectrum actions. The language requires those agencies to update their MOU on spectrum coordination every 4 years and provides much-needed transparency for the agencies and the American public. Strong coordination between these two agencies will ensure that we are using our nation's valuable spectrum in efficient and innovative ways while also protecting existing users. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Is there any further discussion on the Ames? Hearing none. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the Ames. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. Oh. Does the gentleman from Texas wish to be recognized? Okay, thank you. Any other further discussion? Hearing none. I assume you want the yeas and nays? I guess they want it on our side. Okay. There will be a roll call vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta.
Aye.
Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson.
Aye.
Hudson votes aye. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Obernolte. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Barragan votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Rogers votes aye.
How is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, we have 48 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 1435 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1435, a bill to amend the Clean Air Act to prevent the elimination of the sale of internal combustion engines.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Mr. Latta, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in favor of Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act, which is legislation I'm leading with the gentleman from Pennsylvania's 13th District, Florida's 12th District, and California's 23rd District. Last year, when California Air Resources Board announced its plan to implement new requirements that would ban the sale of new internal combustion engine vehicles in the state, the board was essentially moving to impose their policy decision on the rest of the country. This is due to the fact that at least 17 other states are bound to follow California's Clean Air Act standards. Taken together, these states constitute 40% of the entire nation's new car sales. No industry would continue to spend resources to manufacture and sell a product they would be restricted from accessing 40% of the market. This truly makes this a national issue. In addition to concerns that California is dictating to the rest of the country that vehicles Americans can purchase, I'm deeply concerned with how a de facto ban on the sale of internal combustion engine vehicles will impact grid reliability and what it would mean for our energy needs. If the goal of California's Air Resources Board and the U.S. EPA is to pursue an all-electric vehicle fleet on our roadways, then we're going to have to generate higher amounts of electricity. When we examined this bill in a legislative hearing earlier this summer, EPA indicated that going to an all-EV fleet would mean that the United States would only have to generate 4% more electricity to meet charging demands. However, when the Energy Information Administration looked at this question in 2019, they indicated the U.S. would need to generate at least 20 to 50% more electricity to meet the needs of an all-EV fleet. It would behoove policymakers, both at the state and federal levels, to make sure they have their numbers straight and understand what is reasonably possible to accomplish on the power generation front before mandating these types of policies that are based on ideological desires. To build on the electricity generation question, the officials pushing an all-EV fleet are also part of the same group that want to transition to using only renewable energy, which is intermittent power. This will undermine the reliability of our electric grid, especially if there's a high demand from consumers to charge their government-mandated vehicles, but not enough generated electricity to power those vehicles. We need to pass H.R. 1435 to ensure all Americans maintain their ability to choose what vehicles they want to drive, to keep energy prices low for struggling families and avoid straining the critical infrastructure like our electric grid. Madam Chair, again, I thank you for yielding to me, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. H.R. 1435, in my opinion, is a short-sighted, politically motivated bill that would disregard decades of legal precedent, upend the Clean Air Act's California waiver process, and imperil technological advancement in the transportation sector. Instead of joining Democrats in addressing dangerous air pollution, strengthening our domestic vehicle manufacturing supply chains, and driving innovation, House Republicans are sticking to the usual polluters over people agenda. Many states, including my home state of New Jersey, voluntarily adopted California's stronger vehicle emission standards. This flexibility built into the Clean Air Act allows states to make regulatory decisions that work for them. And all that is to say, this bill would endanger the rights of every state, not just California, to control air pollution from the transportation sector. The bill's abrupt and extreme reversal of longstanding vehicle policy would also create substantial disruption in the U.S. vehicle market and put us at a global competitive disadvantage. At a time when we need to be doing everything we can to grow our clean energy economy to compete with China, we should be focusing on supporting innovation, driving policies in the transportation sector, not tearing them down. This bill only helps my Republican colleagues' corporate polluter friends at the expense of public health, technological innovation, states' rights, and a stronger, cleaner economy. And for these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1435, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back.
Maybe that Mr. Cardenas would like me to yield to him. I yield to the gentleman from California.
Thank you for yielding. I move to strike. H.R. 1435, the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act, introduced by my colleague from Pennsylvania. I have talked at length about the work we need to do to address the climate crisis, and my home state of California has shown what a meaningful climate response can look like. But my Republican colleagues seem dead set on undermining our ability to moving toward a cleaner energy future for everyone. Simply put, this bill would reverse the strides California has made to improve air quality. Unlike my colleague who introduced this bill, I was born and raised in Pacoima, Los Angeles, California. As a child in the 1960s and 70s, I remember not being allowed to have a choice to play outside because of smog alerts. You see, California has historically had significantly air quality challenges, and luckily the state lawmakers responded. Since the 1960s, California has regulated air pollution from the transportation sector, which is the leading source of ozone-forming emissions. When the U.S. Congress drafted the Clean Air Quality Act, lawmakers allowed California the authority to set more protective vehicle emission standards than those set by the federal EPA to accommodate my state's ongoing work to address pollution. This has allowed California to continue to cut emissions, protect air quality, and drive innovation, including production of cleaner fuels and low and zero emission cars and trucks. As a result, California leadership some cars today are 99% cleaner than in the 1970s. I'll repeat, 99% cleaner car technology due to largely the what California instituted. As a result, we also have cleaner air, which not only means fewer days missed from school and work due to respiratory diseases, but also it means that unlike when I was a child, my children never had to learn about a smog alert. And my hope is that now and that my grandchildren, they also never have to learn about smog alerts. I want my grandchildren to be able to play outside. I do not want my grandchildren to be denied the choice to play outside. Unfortunately, today's bill reverses California's authority to enact clean air programs and attacks the ability of other states to adopt these standards. H.R. 1435 overlooks 50 years of life-saving innovation and leadership and erases decades of clean air progress. It cuts us off at the knees, our efforts to combat the climate crisis, and condemns Californians and all Americans, starting with low-income, hard-working people, to that air quality, the breathable air that we all deserve to have. I remember how much it hurt to breathe during a bad smoggy day when I was growing up. Now I don't have that feeling. I don't want any person or any generation of people to have to go through what some of us had to go through. I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1435. Thank you.
And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Chair recognizes Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair Rogers, thank you again for holding this full committee markup on these very important bills. We've seen coordinated and wide-ranging attacks by the Biden administration on products, infrastructure, and now vehicles that Americans rely on every day. These attacks are in pursuit of a radical green agenda that is disconnected from reality. It really is, and will only result in decreasing consumer choice and not necessarily raising costs for Americans. I'd like to speak now to Bill 1435, the Preserving Choice in Vehicle Purchases Act, the one that we're discussing right now. I co-lead this, and the main sponsor is Mr. Joyce. I commend him for that, and of course Representative Latta and Representative Obernolte. This bill would prevent the collaboration between California and the EPA to ban the sale of new internal combustion engines in California by 2035. While this might look on the surface, it seems like a states' rights issue. However, 17 other states are bound to follow California's regulations, which would put 40% of the entire nation's new car sales under this onerous ban. This would have far-reaching national effects, since auto manufacturers would be forced to adjust their manufacturing plans to comply with California's ban, not only indirectly forcing EV vehicles onto consumers outside those 17 other states, but also causing major disruptions in many other adjacent industries across the nation. While there are some Americans might prefer EV vehicles. There's nothing wrong with that. We're all about choice. There are many others, however, more Americans that don't feel EV vehicles are best suited to fulfill their unique transportation needs, whether that be because EVs don't offer the range or reliability needed. The consumer lives in a rural, if they live in a rural area, the consumer without easy access to public chargers, well, they may not want an EV. The EV's performance may not hold up in hot or cold climates, or simply the consumers prefer a non-EV. Consumer data is clear that American consumers prefer gas-powered cars over EVs. According to Cox Automotive, 90,000 EVs are sitting on dealership car lots, a rate twice that of gas-powered cars. We have to look at the facts, folks. The California rule would also ban hybrid vehicles, ignoring the environmental benefits and choice these cars offer to consumers. In fact, these vehicles are in such high demand that they have a lower daily supply than both regular gas-powered vehicles and EVs. Perhaps one of the biggest issues with the California rule would be that it would force Americans to purchase vehicles they simply cannot afford. The Kelley Blue Book notes that EVs cost $17,000 more than gas-powered cars on average. I mean, again, goodness, $17,000 in itself is what many Americans currently pay for a new car, at least in my district, In fact, according to Car and Driver, there are no new EVs in the 16,000 to 20,000 price range. There are, however, 10 gas-powered models in that range. This California rule, if granted the EP waiver, will place car ownership out of the reach of many Americans who would otherwise be wholly dependent on those affordable options to work and live. Finally, it is hard to imagine that this rule would indirectly result in increased costs for many constituents seeking to purchase a new vehicle. Again, yesterday in my hearing, I talked about affordability. You don't have access if you can't afford the vehicle. Currently, auto manufacturers face significant losses with their EV divisions and rely on the profits from their gas-powered sales to maintain profitability. Okay, I'm out of time, and I appreciate the extra time, Madam Chair. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Chair recognizes Ms. Eshoo.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My Republican colleagues claim that today's bill is about preserving choice. But I think it's really an attack on electric vehicles. In fact, I think it's more than obvious. And evidently, the future is menacing. Because of our geography and large population, California has historically faced some of the worst air pollution in the country. We were the first state to regulate tailpipe emissions, leading the way for the Clean Air Act at the federal level. And that's why the Clean Air Act recognized California's leadership in protecting the health of our residents by allowing the EPA to grant California waivers to establish its own stronger emission standards. Under presidents of both parties, hear that, my Republican colleagues? Under presidents of both parties, the EPA has approved numerous waivers over more than 50 years. 17 states have voluntarily, no one has forced them, voluntarily adopted California standards, meaning today's bill is an attack on states' rights as well. H.R. 1435 prohibits the EPA from allowing California to issue any standards that directly or indirectly limit the sale or use of gas-powered cars. That's an incredibly vague and sweeping standard that seems intended to tie the hands of the EPA and prevent California from addressing the #1 source of air pollution. It's true that sales of electric vehicles are increasing, but it's not because of government mandates or from either the EPA or California. It's because more and more consumers are choosing, choice, the word that you're using, choosing EVs because they're increasingly affordable and they meet their driving needs. Automakers have responded to consumer demand by announcing $210 billion, with a B, in investments in EV manufacturing in the U.S. over the next 7 years. The argument that promoting cleaner vehicles means ceding our leadership in the auto industry to China just does not match the facts. It's ironic that Republicans have framed their support for this bill around the idea of choice when their legislation requires EPA to prop up a specific technology, one that consumers are increasingly turning away from. My constituents are already facing the impacts of climate change in the form of wildfires, extreme heat, and sea level rise. Californians are not attracted to coddling the fossil fuel industry. They recognize the existential threat to our country and our planet, and they've chosen to take action. California has done more than any state in the union to address climate change, including requiring all new vehicles sold by a B electric by 2035. Welcome to the future. These regulations are critical to meeting our state's climate goals, because the transportation sector is not only the largest source of air pollution, but it also accounts for nearly 1/3 of our nation's carbon emissions. With that, I would like to yield the balance of my time to my colleague from California.
Thank you. I just certainly endorse the words of my colleagues, Ms. Eshoo and Mr. Cardenas, who spoke very well about California's leadership in this. I would just also note that California had drafted tailpipe emission standards in 1966 under the leadership of Governor Ronald Reagan, who insisted on this waiver at the time because he was worried that the federal government would be lax on air pollution. California, the waiver has led to tremendous innovation, not just in pollution reduction, but in things like the catalytic converter, the dashboard check engine light, and indeed in the development of zero-emission vehicles, which will help us be competitive around the world and in our auto companies and our auto workers. The goal of this bill seems to be to keep us stuck in the past, keep our heads in the sand while the real tangible dangers of climate change continue to affect climate's environment and the economy. We should not reverse California's historic leadership in protecting public health and addressing air pollution from the transportation sector. We should embrace it, and we should hope that it continues. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1435. I yield back to Ms. Eshoo. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Chair recognizes Mr. Pfluger for 5 minutes. For what purpose?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to speak, to strike the last word and speak on behalf of this bill.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to push back on what we've been hearing from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and I'd like to just start with a reality check here. In the past couple of months, we've been fortunate in this committee to have several secretaries, administrators from the EPA, senior level officials from the EPA have all sat right here in front of this committee. And we've talked about the issue of electrification. And the fact is that not a single person that has come before this committee has been able to tell us that they've done the math, that the administration has actually gone and looked at the electrons that are being produced in this country and how much we'll need if we are to follow this electrification mandate. Not a single person. The Secretary of Energy didn't know it. The Director of the EPA didn't know it. Other officials didn't know it. They've not done the math. We are literally beyond reality right now. And this isn't about climate change, because if it was, then I believe that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would have made strides when they had the House, the Senate, and the White House to actually produce the critical minerals here in this country and not export our dollars to China, where the climate effects are much worse. We would have done the things and the hard work on permitting and other issues on critical minerals to actually mine those here. So let's just talk about the reality of what EVs are costing Americans today. And this is from the New York Times. The average price of an EV at the end of 2022 is about $64,000. And that's compared to the Kelley Blue Book average for a non-EV internal combustion engine of about $49,000. So $64,000 for an average price of an EV, as reported by the New York Times, and $49,000 for an internal combustion engine. The only way that Americans, and especially those who are paycheck to paycheck, and especially because of the inflation issues we see because of the all-out assault on American energy, the only way Americans can even come close to bridging that $15,000 gap between $64,000 and $49,000 is a $7,500 government investment. And the New York Times actually talks about that as one of the main levers that gets it even close to being marketable. There's a truck on the market right now, an F-150 Lightning. My father-in-law was a Ford dealer. This F-150 Lightning has a standard range of 240 miles. But when you put any sort of load on that, and I'm talking a small trailer, or if the temperatures drop below a standard day, or if you turn on the electric components like the radio, you reduce that range by 40%, which gives you a whopping range on an F-150 Lightning of 144 miles. 144 miles. Folks, this is about overreach. We've seen the overreach. It's happening in the EV space. It certainly was happening in the gas stove space. It's happening in the home appliance space. It's happening in every space. I'm proud to join and support this bill because we're the ones that are standing in the gap against the non and unrealistic desires of this administration that basically want to control everything. I want to get back to something that works. If the car makers could have done this, this is not a new idea. They would have done it years ago. But instead, we're having to prop it up with government subsidies of $7,500. We're having to prop it up with massives and billions of dollars in the Inflation Reduction Act that they can't even get out the door, that they have no mechanisms to get out the door. And it's just unrealistic, and it doesn't help this country continue to go forward. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle when it comes to critical minerals and extracting those here in the United States in places like Minnesota and Wyoming and other places that have those instead of outsourcing to slave labor camps in
the gentleman
Africa that are run by the Chinese Communist Party. And I will yield to the gentleman from South Carolina.
I thank the gentleman. You know, CAFE standards were sort of forced on America because the California market was so large that the auto manufacturers wanted to sell their cars in California. So they complied with the CAFE standards, and all of a sudden it became sort of the law of the land through EPA. The reality is this: in California, the government has told its citizens, you have to make energy choices. You can only plug your vehicle in certain times of day, or you can't plug it in because of the draw on power. People wanted to cool their homes or heat their homes, or et cetera. So the reality is the grid doesn't support it. Power generation has been taken out of the generation mix as generation is retired and not replaced by something that's dispatchable 24/7, 365 baseload. And forcing electric vehicles as the only choice, which is, I think, the Democrat plan, the only choice for Americans, is not feasible in this country with our grid and et cetera. I appreciate the gentleman yielding. I yield back.
And my time has expired. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Chair recognizes Ms. Matsui for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to H.R. 1435.
Ms. Matsui is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm a proud Californian, and we work hard in California because we understand the effects of pollution. You know, we've been dealing with the impacts of air pollution for a long time, and we have repeatedly led the nation in addressing air pollution, whether it's greenhouse gases, smog, or other pollutants. California established the first tailpipe emission standard in the country in 1966. In 1971 and 1982, we adopted the first NOx standards and the first particulate matter standards for motor vehicles. The Clean Air Act recognizes California's leadership, explicitly and intentionally affirming California's authority to set separate, more stringent emission standards. Thanks to that authority, California has made incredible progress in reducing air pollution. However, we are now facing new challenges. Greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles are making extreme weather more frequent and more deadly. Record-breaking heat and rainfall threaten to make our communities unlivable. Larger, more intense, and more frequent wildfires have erased many of the air quality gains since the 1970s. Once again, California has developed cutting-edge emission standards that reduce greenhouse gas pollutants and lead the world in the fight against air pollution. But H.R. 1435 would prevent California from reducing air pollutants and addressing climate change by requiring California to keep dirty gas and diesel-powered vehicles on the roads forever. This Congress, we've heard a lot about the need for a technology-neutral approach to reducing emissions. But this bill does exactly the opposite. This bill mandates the continued use of the internal combustion engine. This bill appears to be intended to prevent California from decarbonizing before rural areas have the infrastructure to support this transition. But this is unnecessary. The Clean Air Act already requires that California's emission standards be deemed feasible. Some of my colleagues have expressed concern that automakers are not ready for this transition. But many automakers have already committed to a zero-emission future. California recently announced a landmark deal with the world's largest truck manufacturers to meet California's emission standards, even if California's authority under the Clean Air Act is challenged, rendering this bill meaningless. I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1435, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Palmer seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's
Speak in
recognized.
support of the bill. I'm always intrigued by my colleagues across the aisle, particularly ones from California, talking about how great things are in California. And I will admit and am thankful for a lot of the improvements that we've enjoyed in terms of emissions control that came out of California. But they've reached a point where they've gone to an extreme that it's starting to impact people in California to the extent that California, rather than a state with a growing population, is now projected by 2060 to lose almost 5% of its population. People are getting out of California as fast as they can. But I also like to point out something else, and California is noted for a number of things, one of which, unfortunately, is smog. And even though over the last couple of decades, the United States has decreased its production of air pollution by some measures, the 6 criteria gases tracked by the EPA by 86%. Pollutants from China has caused a 65% increase in western ozone, or smog. One study shows that 29% of the particulates in smog over San Francisco come directly from China's coal plants. And I think another one showed about 25% of all of the particulate matter over the state of California comes from China coal plants. China produces 27% of the world's greenhouse gases, more than any other country in the world. They're building 6 times more coal-fired plants than any other country. They're planning more than 300 coal plants in places as widely spread as from Turkey, Vietnam, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Egypt, Philippines. My point here is, and I find this interesting, that they want to abandon fossil fuel, hydrocarbons, as rapidly as they can. They want to get rid of the internal combustion engine, but to make themselves more reliant on China, which will build more coal-fired plants to build the components, the batteries, the other things that they need for electric vehicles, which will add more pollution in the air over California. I just find that interesting. In addition to the fact that, as my friend and colleague from Texas pointed out, this is a direct assault on people's freedom. As you pointed out, I drive a pickup truck and I pull a trailer. I have some timberland that I enjoy working on, and there's no way an EV pickup could pull my trailer and my Kawasaki mule or the tractor that we use up there. I wouldn't make it 50 miles probably. And if California wants to go all electric, as far as I'm concerned, they can knock themselves out as long as the moving trucks are not EVs, because I'm afraid if they're all EVs, people couldn't get out. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield, Mr. Palmer?
Who
Will the gentleman yield?
I'd be glad to yield to the gentleman from Indiana.
Thank you. I want to go off something Mr. Pfluger said. I went out and went shopping for cars 3 weeks ago, and we can talk about all the numbers we hear about and things like that. My wife looked at 2 different SUVs, okay? The EV was $16,000 more than the ICE, but it was also the smaller version of that manufacturer. There's a lot more going on out here. It's not just $16,000 more, it's less of a vehicle. And with that, I yield back.
I would just like for the gentleman to clarify when he says ice, he's not talking about Arctic or Antarctic ice. your internal combustion engine.
Yes, sir.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do others? Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Lady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill, along with the other bills we are considering, would collectively have harmful effects on the future of the automotive industry and, quite frankly, would aim to undo the good progress we've made on reducing harmful vehicle emissions and would stymie future automotive innovation in this country. The Clean Air Act was a landmark public health law, and this bill, H.R. 1435, would weaken public health protections and is a direct attack on over 50 years of Congress and EPA recognizing California's authority to set stronger protective vehicle emission standards. And quite frankly, 17 other states have adopted them and the District of Columbia. So it's just not an attack on California. Revoking past, present, and future waivers would, I fear, throw grave and unnecessary uncertainty into the marketplace and create confusion for both industry and consumers. One of the most important things is industry needs certainty. And when my colleagues talk about China's coming into this market with electric vehicles. We are competing in a global marketplace. The last quarter in Europe, more than 42% of the sales were these kinds of vehicles. We're in a global marketplace. Every major automotive company in the United States and around the globe is in a race to manufacture and ship greater and greater numbers of clean vehicles, including hybrids, battery electric vehicles, and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. This transformational shift to other forms, electric vehicles is the major one right now, is well underway. 30% of U.S. carbon pollution stems from the transportation sector. And people are telling us all over the place they want to do something about it. So I love my colleagues on the other side. I'm a car girl, and I love this industry. But I have to oppose this bill, as well as the other environmental bills we're considering today. I do share, it's legitimate, many of the concerns my Republicans have raised, particularly on affordability. But we're going to address that by investing in R&D, selling more of the vehicles, et cetera. And we must make sure that the foundation is strong for this transition, that we've built out the charging stations, that they're being maintained. I know that that's important, and that we're investing in the R&D here so that we are creating what we need for the batteries in the United States and not increasing our dependency. But if we are successfully going to make this needed transition to alternative technology, we need to do so in a comprehensive way and build on all the meaningful bills from last Congress, and we need to do it together. Democrats have already made major historic investments in our economic future through the Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan infrastructure law, CHIPS and Science Act, which will help make the United States a global leader, create new jobs, protect public health, and cut costs for families. And as I conclude, I'm going to remind people, I'm not old, but I'm seasoned. Remember what happened in this country when we weren't ready with smaller vehicles. Other countries were. We are competing in a global marketplace. And if we don't make sure we are creating and building the technology of the future, we are seceding our leadership in mobility and transportation. And I'll be damned if the United States of America will ever do that with you.
Will the gentleman-lady yield?
Oh, yes, because I love you, but I'm not sure.
I love you too. And we work together on so much. And I agree with some of the things you say, though we lost to the Japanese influx because we had lesser quality vehicles at the time. And then we picked up our act, and now we outdo them.
We didn't build small cars.
Well, we didn't build good cars for a while. Now we got our act together. The auto industry knows that we do not have the energy to do what you're saying we can do yet. They also know that only 6% of the people want to buy these things. They also know that we are pushing them to do this.
when in fact their dealers, their customers really don't want it yet. Let's do it the normal way through letting the customer win, putting out the quality, and then I can agree with you, we'll have our act together. I yield back.
Well, I'm almost out of time, but I'm going to say back to my colleague, it is the companies that are pushing for us to make commitments. Everybody came to the table, UAW, the environmentalists, and the companies, and said, let's set a goal of 50% by the year 2030. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I guess we'll see how long these dealers continue to advocate this as these electric vehicles continue to stack up on their lots across the country. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the bill's sponsor, for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word and speak on behalf of H.R. 1435. First, I want to thank Chair Rogers for holding this markup on these 3 bills dealing with the automotive industry and the administrator's attack on consumers' choice. I ask unanimous consent to enter coalition letters from the many businesses represented, the American Fuel and Petrochemical Manufacturers and the National Propane Gas Association, into the record. These letters demonstrate the support of H.R. 1435 from industries that are critical to my constituents for their everyday needs. Let's be honest, mobility is essential for our American way of life. It is critical economically to move goods and get people to their jobs. It's critical culturally to give Americans the freedom of movement. It's critical in healthcare to give people access to the doctors, the hospitals, and the specialists that they need. Americans have built their lives around reliable and affordable transportation, and now government overreach is threatening to put the cars and trucks out of reach for the working class Americans. California's new Advanced Clean Cars 2 regulations does just that. These regulations would require 35% of new cars to be EVs by 2026 and fully 100% of sales to be EVs by 2035. The only thing standing in the way of these regulations being implemented is a required EPA waiver. That is why I, along with Representatives Latta, Bilirakis, and Obernolte, introduced H.R. 1435, the Preserving Choice in Vehicles Purchases Act, to prevent the EPA administrator from granting a waiver to any regulation that would directly or indirectly limit the sale of use of new motor vehicles with internal combustion engines. Although starting in California, Section 177 of the Clean Air Act will ensure that once adopted, an internal combustion ban will spread across the nation, disrupting the entire American auto market and ultimately limiting what my constituents are able to buy. 17 states, including my home state of Pennsylvania, have already adopted California's clean air regulations. These states represent over 40% of the American auto market, and any electric vehicle mandate on that large of a scale is a de facto mandate. It's a de facto mandate on the entire market and represents a decisive shift in national policy. Even the Biden administration admits that the effects that this would have on the consumers nationally. Recently, on June 22nd, in front of the Environmental Subcommittee, Joseph Gottman, the Principal Deputy Administrator for the EPA's Office of Air and Radiation, acknowledged this reality. The problem is that in rural America, EVs cannot fulfill the needs of hardworking Americans or their families. They can't drive the distance. They can't maintain their charge, whether it's in hot or cold weather. They can't recharge fast enough to keep people on the move. And for these reasons, Americans simply don't want to buy them. Last month, we heard testimony, in fact, from Scott Lambert, the president of the Minnesota Auto Dealers Association. His position was very clear. The auto dealers were not anti-electric, far from it. In places like St. Paul and Minneapolis, where there is a market for EVs, they're happy to sell them. But the cold winters and the rugged terrains of states like Minnesota and my home state of Pennsylvania require more than what the electric vehicles can offer. To strip constituents of that choice is government overreach at its worst. Again, Biden administration officials appear to recognize that. On May 2nd, when asked if he supported banning internal combustion engines, EPA Administrator Reagan responded, and I'm quoting, "No, not at all." When asked if he supported consumer choice in vehicles, he responded, I don't see, and I'm quoting, I don't see a near future where we don't have a fuel supply that complements electric vehicles and provides customers choice. Again, in Joseph Gottman's June 22nd testimony, he also reiterated the commitment not to support a ban on internal combustion engines. As I have made clear before to this committee, H.R. 1435 is not anti-electric vehicle. Those who can afford it, those who want it, an electric vehicle, they should be able to buy it. But it does not help constituents in any of our districts to require them to buy an EV regardless of their needs and regardless of their wants. This policy would harm working and middle-class families by making cars less capable and thousands of dollars more expensive for the people who can least afford it. Only by taking government's thumb off of the scale and letting the free market decide will Americans get the efficient and affordable transportation that they want and that they need. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. Thanks again to Chair Rogers for holding this important markup today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and without objection, the document you referenced will be entered into the record. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill?
Amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
The chair, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Simple facts. You look back at the U.S. Census Bureau's American population numbers in 2010, there's 308+ million Americans. 2020, there was 331 million Americans. It's not quite a 10% increase. It's about 8%, or 23 million more Americans. Now, isn't it safe to assume that with 23 million more Americans, there's going to be a need for apartments, schools, homes, cars, even furnaces, air conditioners? How about electric vehicle chargers? There's going to be more power needed for electrical vehicle chargers. And for the ladies, hair dryers. Maybe some of the guys, I don't leave those out who want hair dryers. We're going to need more power for lights. We're going to turn on lights. We're going to need more power for air conditioning. And yes, even dishwashers. And God forbid that I would throw gas stoves into that mix. The government, the White House is clearly out of touch with the power requirements needed for America. And I think the gentleman from South Carolina said this. The grid doesn't support, is not supportive of enough right now for the hard times that we have. Certainly not strong enough for what the left is proposing. We need more robust power, a stronger, larger grid output of electricity. And what does that mean? That means natural gas and nuclear are still the most reliable. We like green renewable energy. Renewable energy is good. Renewable energy can play a supporting actor role in this play. It cannot play the leading actor role in this play. Natural gas and nuclear are the two best options and the two most dependable. But for Pete's sakes, there seems to be a lot of opposition to that plan from the left. California should have learned a lesson when the governor said don't charge your electric vehicles between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m. I'm thinking that's when most people sleep, and they want to charge that vehicle to get them to go to work in the morning. And when they found out that they were having rolling blackouts and brownouts, and I'm told there's a sign at the California border that says, last one out of California, turn out the lights. So I love Californians. I love that they're Americans, free Americans, but I don't see that their climate policy is all that adorable, quite frankly. What we need from our friends on the left is a cooperation to understand that, yes, we need more power. Yes, it's going to be natural gas. It's more dependable. Yes, it's going to be nuclear. It's clean. We need to make the permitting safer, faster, quicker. What we need is cooperation so that, as some have said here, we can give Americans the right to make their own choices. And at the risk of sending out a pun at the end, why don't we empower Americans to do just that? Let's vote for this bill. The gentleman from Georgia, I will yield to.
Just a quick real-life story in my district. A three-generation Cadillac dealer
was approached by Cadillac saying they were going total electric. He is now out of business. 400 Cadillac dealers in this nation have shut down based on that decision. Everybody in my district is driving a Lexus now rather than a Cadillac. You don't think there are going to be economic implications to a government, whether it be the state of California or the federal government, making these kind of demands of the people of this country? We are going to destroy our economy. You know, this is a three generation. This guy and all of his people now do not have a job or a business. Folks, let the economy, free market economy, determine our course forward, or we will, and the people of this country will suffer greatly, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Gentleman yields back. Do others wish to speak on the bill? Gentlelady from Florida, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
To speak in opposition to the bill.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
You know, I'm going to reject the Republicans' can't-do spirit, because we live in the United States of America, and we can do this. And in fact, we're not destroying the economy. Consumers now are voting with their pocketbook. Electric vehicle sales have risen about 40% since 2016 alone. And I have to tell you, I learned a lot when I chaired the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis. I went with Rep. Dingell to Detroit and Dearborn and listened to the engineers, the auto manufacturers, who explained very clearly, we are in a race with China. And right now, they're producing more EVs than we are. And she is right, this is a global marketplace. So what you're doing is this is a pro-China bill. Pro-China bill, it's an anti-innovation bill, it's a pro-pollution bill. The future is in cleaner, cheaper energy. And right now, across America, in large part with the help of the infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, new factories and plants are being opened to create the new EVs, build them here in America, build the batteries, enhance the supply chains. Many of these announcements are in your districts. These batteries, all of the plants, the workers are getting paid good wages. A lot of these are good union jobs to help grow the middle class. This is great news for consumers, too. They don't have to stop at the gas station. And I think that's what this is all about. The fossil fuel companies still have a firm grip on the GOP. That's why I'd often refer to it as the Grand Oil Party. And they kind of see this slipping away with electric vehicles as we electrify all kinds of vehicles. In one visit to California, I saw what was happening in building the electric buses that our kids are going to ride on, where the air will be cleaner, it'll be more efficient, it's going to save them money. Innovation happening with large trucks, too. That's where a lot of capital is flowing now, because we want to win the future. The United States of America has always been in the lead when we're talking about the transportation sector and automobiles and how we get around. I'm not willing to give that up to China, and you shouldn't be either. This is a critical race for the future. And by the way, we're in a severe climate crisis. The costs and the impacts of an overheating planet are with us. This summer is probably the best summer we're going to see as we look ahead, unless we move forward with urgency. Please don't turn it back. Please don't think that just complaining, oh, the price point it's too expensive now, because the price points are going to come down as innovation ramps up. Already there are vehicles all across at different price points, and thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, consumers get discounts and credits to make those purchases more affordable. And they're going to become more affordable over time as we ramp up the the supply chain. So I want to thank my Democratic colleagues for believing in America, believing in innovation, trusting American consumers, trusting our automobile workers and what is happening in America. We can't go backward. We've got to go forward. And I trust that we will do so, even in the face of the naysayers, the pro-China party, apparently, the anti-innovation party, the pro-pollution party. We're not going backwards. This is the United States of America, and we're going to do this. Thank you, and I yield.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I yield to my colleague.
Does the gentlelady know the state with the second most electric vehicles in the nation?
It's the Sunshine State. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak? For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
No, it's interesting. The Republican Party is about innovation and unleashing and unbridling the innovative and entrepreneurial spirits of Americans. There's no denial that electric vehicles will be a part of our transportation matrix. And I like it. My best friend drives a Tesla to work every day, 45 miles one way, works in a hospital. It works for him, but it won't work for everybody. And this legislation ensures choices for Americans versus forcing a choice down the throats of the Americans, which is what it seems like the Democrats want to do with electric vehicles. It's a big country. Infrastructure isn't there to provide for the electric vehicles. And I know we have this much touted IRA and Inflation Reduction Act or the infrastructure bill. That's a tremendous amount of government spending to try to build out an infrastructure when the generation isn't there to provide the power, when governments are telling the consumers they have to make electrical choices in charging their vehicles in states like California. California's pushing electric trucks, or at least forcing the diesel-burning trucks out of the market. And if you really think about it holistically, the components for the renewable energies or resources, whether it's solar panels or wind turbines, a lot of that's made in China. China's building a new coal-fired power plant every month to power an industry that makes the solar panels that are so touted. And I like renewables. I think they're a part of the energy matrix as well. And they will be, and they should be. 8% of the power generated in my home state is from renewables every day, and we like it. So if we really care about carbon emissions and the climate, it just does not make sense to continue supporting companies in China who need power produced by coal, which raises global carbon emissions. And a lot of the smog on the West Coast, according to my friend from Alabama, comes from China. It's the way the winds blow. Republicans and the purpose of this bill is to give Americans choices in the marketplace. And if they choose to spend their hard-earned money to buy an EV, that's their choice, but they ought to have a choice. I drive a diesel truck, and I like mine because I don't have to make any power choices. If I'm stuck in traffic during an emergency or during a winter storm, I don't have to make power choices. But if you're sitting in an electric vehicle on the interstate in California in rush hour traffic, I'll guarantee you're having to make energy choices on whether you play the radio or run the air conditioning, because you're looking at that charge, wondering if you have enough to get to the next charging station or home to your children at night or pick them up from their school or attend their ball game. You're having to make energy choices. And the government of California has made energy choices for you because they told you can't plug your EV in today because of the drain on the grid in that state. So it seems to me like there's a lack of common sense and pragmatism as we approach this. And look, if the manufacturers want to manufacture EVs, if they think there's a market for it, they'll manufacture them, they'll sell them at a price point that they think the consumers will pay so they can sell units, because it's all about selling units
and having a return on the investment at the end of the day. The market should determine that. Government shouldn't force this. We heard it, that the DOE, they said they're trying to nudge America in a certain direction toward electrification. It's not a nudge, it's a shove. It's a shove by government policies that are forcing Americans to go more renewable power generation, more electrification, electric vehicles. We ought to focus in this committee on power generation and dispatchable energy and what can work to provide that 24/7, 365 baseload energy that Americans need for their homes, for their municipalities, and for manufacturing that provides the jobs that we tout so much, the jobs that need the electricity to turn the widgets that are created, the machines that create the widgets in the manufacturing plants. So let's just inject some common sense and pragmatism in this discussion as we move forward. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there others wishing to speak on the bill? Seeing none, are there bipartisan amendments? Seeing none, are there any amendments? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk labeled SC01.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to H.R. 1435, offered by Mr. Ruiz. Beginning on page 2, strike line 24 and all that follows through page 3, line 6.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 1435, the Preserving Choice in Vehicles Purchases Act would prevent the EPA administrator from granting a waiver of federal preemption under the Clean Air Act. As we've heard, this bill would put harmful limitations on EPA's authority to grant waivers of federal preemption under the Clean Air Act for states like California, whose vehicle emission standards are more protective than those at the federal level. I'm strongly opposed to this bill in its entirety. It is a direct attack on California and our nation's bedrock environmental laws by undermining efforts to decarbonize our transportation sector and promote technological innovation. This bill overlooks over 50 years of Congress and the EPA recognizing the unique air quality challenges faced by communities like those in my state and disregards the clean transportation leadership California has shown in response. To make matters worse, this short-sighted bill also goes after waivers previously granted by EPA. This bill requires the EPA administrator to revoke existing waivers if they do not comply with the bill's vague requirement that California standards must not, quote, directly or indirectly limit the sale or use of new motor vehicles with internal combustion engines. Industries come to Congress asking for predictability, regulatory certainty, and long-term stability. In fact, the only witness representing the vehicle manufacturing industry testified at the subcommittee legislative hearing that this bill would create confusion and uncertainty because of its language about revoking existing waivers. Furthermore, forcing the EPA's administrator to revoke existing California waivers is irresponsible and would endanger years of incredible progress in decarbonizing our transportation sector. The implementation of this language would be chaos. My amendment would bring stability by striking the section of the bill that would require the EPA administrator to revoke existing California waivers. California has significant air pollution challenges. As a physician, I have seen the public health impacts of air pollution firsthand. These consequences are serious and have very real effects on the lives of my constituents. From having to skip work to deal with air pollution-associated health challenges to spending money on unexpected healthcare costs, my constituents are experiencing the negative impacts of air pollution every day. California is making an effort to address these issues head-on and in the process has been a leader in reducing dangerous air pollution from its transportation section. This has been critical to the health of my constituents and for communities across the country. Revoking already granted California waivers is a nonsensical, destabilizing step backwards in dealing with climate pollution, supporting fossil fuels interests at the expense of innovation and public health. I strongly support EPA's statutory authority to grant California waivers for more protective vehicle emission standards, and I support a stable regulatory regime that empowers manufacturers to make decisions based on these standards. And I vote for my, a vote for my amendment is a vote for regulatory certainty and stability. I also associate my comments or
with Ms. Castor's comments and Mrs. Dingell's comments. You see, there is a free market at play here. The free market is that the United States want to be global competitors with China in the global market, and we want to make sure that they want to make sure that there is constituent or consumer demand, as well as regulatory certainty, policy certainty in the industry. The industry that is most afraid of this market, especially the U.S. aggressively competing with China, is the fossil fuel, big oil, big gas. You see, what we're doing is we're helping to foster that market to meet consumer demand by helping to increase supply, because increasing supply will eventually reduce costs. By reducing costs, we will take into consideration the real concerns about affordability of electrical vehicles, and we will get to that market where costs will come down. The other thing we need is consumer demand. Consumer would want to do this. But all we've seen from the Republicans have been efforts to reduce supply of electrical vehicles and the messaging, no matter how they message it, to reduce demand. And so this is about what we're seeing is saying we want free market, but at the same time, there's market manipulation by manipulating the policies and the incentives to increase demand, to reduce costs, and then also to message that the American people don't want these electrical vehicles, which in fact, there is a high demand and growing demand for electric vehicles. So the protective effort that the Republicans are doing is to foster the fossil fuel market and gas and their needs. And so this is very serious for our free market efforts and our ability to produce electric vehicles, to reduce costs and clean our air and have the can-do American spirit of leading this effort. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and oppose the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the amendment? The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition of this amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
This amendment strikes subsection B of the underlying bill, which would revoke any waivers that California has received under the Clean Air Act between January of 2022 and the date of enactment of the bill. The underlying bill would cover an array of problematic technology for state standards. California has submitted final waiver requests to the EPA for Advanced Clean Cars 2, Advanced Clean Cars 1, Advanced Clean Trucks, heavy-duty vehicle engine emission warranty and maintenance provision, and non-road engine pollution control standards. Remember that the Advanced Clean Cars 2 would drive gas-powered cars off of the road by requiring new vehicles sales to be totally electric by 2035. We cannot let California dictate the fate of the national car market. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I speak in support of Congressman Ruiz's amendment. Mr. Chair, earlier today, I mentioned my concerns that this bill would create uncertainty for the U.S. auto industry. This amendment strikes language that would force EPA to go back and revoke previously issued waivers. We simply cannot have these wild swings in our approach to regulations. Going back and forth between approving and revoking waivers will have disastrous effects on the entire vehicle market. At the legislative hearing for this bill, the only witness who represented any vehicle manufacturers testified that this bill would create substantial disruption in the U.S. vehicle market. And of course, this will not only affect California, but also disrupt states that adopt California standards under Section 177 of the Clean Air Act. These states, including my home state of New York State, represent more than 40% of new vehicle sales. The witness explained that members of the EV ecosystem, including vehicle manufacturers and their supply chains, make decisions and investments based on regulatory regimes. And if we upend a settled regulatory environment, we should expect that there will be consequences. Throwing a wrench into how EPA and states can regulate dangerous air pollution from vehicles would only weaken our domestic vehicle market and imperil ongoing investments. I do urge members to support this amendment, and with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there more discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote now occurs on the amendment, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes no. Latta. Latta votes no. Guthrie. Guthrie votes no. Griffith. Griffith votes no. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no. Johnson.
Johnson votes no.
Johnson votes no. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes no. Carter. Carter votes no. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes no. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes no. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Armstrong votes no. Weber. Weber votes no. Allen. Allen votes no. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes no. Kamick. Kamick votes no. Obernolte. Pallone.
Yes.
Pallone votes aye. Eshoo. DeGette. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui.
Aye.
Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagon. Badagon votes aye. Blow Rochester. Blow Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no.
Are there members not recorded? How's Mr. Curtis reported?
Mr. Curtis is not recorded. No. Curtis votes no. Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Hudson votes no.
How's Miss Eshoo recorded?
Ms. Eshoo is not reported. Eshoo votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes, how's Mr. Sarbanes recorded?
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded. Sarbanes votes aye.
Are there other members that need to be recorded? How's Miss Castor
Ms.
Recorded.
Castor is recorded as aye.
recorded?
Mr. Ruiz is recorded as aye.
Okay, the clerk will report.
Chair Johnson, on that vote, we have 20 ayes and 27 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, number SC03.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to H.R. 1435, offered by Ms. Badagon. At the end, the following. Effective date. This act and the amendments made by this act may not take effect until the Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency certifies that implementation of this act and such amendments will not cause...
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for reading a good part of that. I will repeat a little bit of it. My amendment prevents this bill, H.R. 1435, from going into effect unless the Director of the Environmental Protection Agency determines it will not harm the public health of environmental justice communities. The Clean Air Act waiver allows California to adopt stronger vehicle emission standards than the federal government. California has taken action to do just that. Its latest clean truck rule will provide more than $26 billion in public health benefits over the life of the regulation. There are real people behind this number. My constituents in Wilmington, California, a Latino community, have urged elected officials to address truck pollution and air pollution in their neighborhoods. These residents have said that their doctor visits, they are being diagnosed with respiratory issues like asthma. And we know that in my district, doctor offices have asthma inhalers piled up. Higher air pollution causes heart disease, lung disease, and cancer. This is an environmental justice issue for Latino communities and communities of color across our country. Now that clean vehicle technology has advanced, California and other states have stepped up to protect residents from zero-emission car and truck standards that will lead to fewer early deaths, less trips to the hospital or the doctor's office, a decrease in lost workdays because of poor health caused by pollution. And this Republican bill attacks California's ability to protect its residents. It also will hurt the public health of residents in other states that have adopted California vehicle standards. I want to urge my colleagues to support my amendment to make sure this bill will not go into effect if it harms the health of environmental justice communities. Also, I want to take a moment because we heard some inaccurate information. There is this misconception that nobody wants to buy electric vehicles. That is just not true. It is just not true. If there are electric vehicles piling up someplace, there is a waiting list in the state of California. Send your vehicles to California because there are buyers there. As a matter of fact, there was a quote on how much electric vehicles cost. I think the number was like somewhere in the $60,000 mark. Number one, there are electric vehicles that are cheaper than that. But costs are going up for electric vehicles, at least in California. Why? Because there's a waiting list, because more people want them. And so I just wish we would stop repeating this falsehood that there is no demand. There might be parts of the country where there might be some on the lot, I don't know where, but just to blanketly say there is not a demand or cars are piling up across the country is inaccurate. And I just want us to have a fair and accurate debate. And with that, I want to urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Joyce, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I wish to strike the last word in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank my colleague for bringing healthcare into this discussion. As a rural physician, someone who worked to serve patients for over 25 years, I know the challenges and the concerns, and most importantly, the barriers to care that these patients can often face. In my practice in Pennsylvania, I saw patients from across the entire Commonwealth. Some had to drive more than 100 miles just to see a doctor. We cared for patients from Maryland and West Virginia as well, many spending hours in their vehicles across Appalachia to see a physician. These patients need reliable and affordable transportation to receive their medical care. I am gravely concerned about the effect of banning all internal combustion engines and that effect on access to health care for patients in rural America. In my part of the country, internal combustion engines are reliable and they're affordable, and that is how health care is accessed. In my own experience as a child, my parents had to drive my younger brother over 200 miles to Philadelphia to see a cardiothoracic surgeon.
There were none in our community. The shortage of specialists in rural America means that more and more people are forced to drive to cities like Pittsburgh and Philadelphia to receive the care that they need. People in my community know how important transportation, affordable, accessible transportation is to healthcare. We've heard expert testimony on this subject. Electric vehicles simply are not a workable solution for my constituents. Even EPA Administrator Reagan said, and I'm quoting, "I don't see a near-term future where we don't have a fuel supply that complements electric vehicles and provides consumer choice." I authored this bill specifically because I have the interests of both my former patients and my constituents at heart. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
With the gentleman yield.
I yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you very much. I also would like to speak in opposition to this amendment. My Democrat colleagues want to claim that if you don't support the amendment, you don't support the Clean Air Act, public health, or environmental justice communities. I think you can all say that we all support clean air and we want to end public health for our communities. I do not support policies that in the name of public health undermine health, welfare, and the people's ability to work and provide for their families for only one community. This amendment in the name of public health would harm people by enabling the EPA to continue its dangerous actions. Let's not forget that Congress designed the Clean Air Act with a holistic, realistic view of the needs of the American families and enacted the seminal law, quote, to promote the public health and welfare and the productive capacity of its population. The amendment not only ignores a realistic and appropriate approach to implementing emission standards, it also exposes Americans to numerous adverse impacts that are created by the mandated use of electric vehicles. We've had ample testimony about this in committee. We know today that the new cars, SUVs, and pickup trucks are 99% cleaner than they were in the 1970 models for common pollutants. However, in order to decrease emissions by the remaining 1%, EPA is on a path to limit Americans' mobility at the excess of cost to working families. I think a number of things have to be pointed out. You know, costs are going up. It's been pointed out a little bit earlier that just looking at the differences in prices, you know, what a cost of a car would be for an average American, you're looking up to $64,000 according to some of the articles that have been quoted. And the other thing you have to think about in this whole question is this. We have a situation that we only produce 1% of the world's lithium in the United States. I was at that lithium mine last year, and again, we're trying to get more in production. The problem is, again, it's taking us 7 to 10 years from our hearings to get anything done in this country, to get a permit done. So that puts us on reliance of who? Well, Communist China, because Communist China not only produces, but it's the ones that are out there processing between 80 to 85% of the world's lithium. So it's important that we remember the sources out there, because what happens if we get cut off and all of a sudden we're totally reliant on a single source of transportation when our adversary is the one having it? So this is going to hit the bottom line for American families. And so, you know, if you're saving for college or your groceries or, you know, anything that you're going to be doing out there, it's going to cost us more. So that's what, you know, I think the American people should be the judges of what they want to drive. If you want to drive electric, if you want to drive a combustion, that's up to you, but not should be for the federal government. And with that, I yield back to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman yields back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there more discussion? Others, for what purpose does Ms. Clark seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Reducing dangerous pollution from our nation's vehicles is an urgent issue for the over 120 million people in the United States who live in the areas with unhealthy levels of air pollution. Studies have time and time again shown that communities of color and economically disadvantaged neighborhoods are disproportionately exposed to air pollution from vehicles. For instance, light-duty gas vehicles have been shown to be one of the most significant emission sources driving the disparity between communities of color and exposure to particulate matter. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. For environmental justice communities where pollution from peaker power plants, chemical facilities, dirty diesel trucks are compounded, pollution is a matter of life and death. Cutting greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector is one of the most significant steps we must take to both meet our climate goals and protect our most vulnerable populations. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the vote now occurs. The roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess.
Burgess votes no.
Burgess votes no. Latta. Latta votes no. Guthrie. Griffith. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no. Johnson.
No.
Johnson votes no. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter. Duncan. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes no. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes no. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Armstrong votes no. Weber. Weber. Weber votes no. Allen. Allen votes no. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes no. Kamick. Kamick votes no. Obernolte. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tongo. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagon. Badagon votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no.
Can the clerk call the members that have not been recorded, please?
Guthrie. Guthrie votes no. Griffith. Griffith votes no. Hudson. Hudson votes no. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes no. Carter. Carter votes no. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes no. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Custer. Soto. Craig.
Any other members seek to be recorded? The clerk will report.
Chair Johnson, on that vote, we have 20 ayes and 28 nays. 27 nays, I'm sorry.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 1435. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Roll call has been requested. The clerk will report.
Burgess. Latta. Can Mr. Latta repeat his vote? Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Pallone. Pallone votes no. Eshoo. Eshoo votes no. DeGette. DeGette votes no. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes no. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes no. Tonko.
No.
Tonko votes no. Clark. Clark votes no. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. Dingell votes no. Veazey. Veazey votes no. Custer. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Barragan. Barragan votes no. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes no. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers. Mr. Allen is not recorded. Allen votes aye.
Would the clerk call the roll for those not recorded, please?
Chair Rogers. Burgess. Hudson. Hudson votes aye. Palmer. Obernolte. Custer. Craig. Craig votes no.
How is Chair Rogers recorded?
Chair Rogers is not recorded. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Johnson, on that vote, we have 26 ayes and 22 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair now calls up H.R. 4468 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 4468, a bill to prohibit the Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing a proposed rule with respect to emissions from vehicles and further.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized?
Mr.
on the
Chair.
bill? For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word, speak in favor of the CARS Act.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
The American people have the right to decide which car to buy that best fits their needs, not unelected bureaucrats. However, the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, has proposed a rule, the multi-pollutant emission standards for model years 2027 and later light-duty and medium-duty vehicles, which is a backdoor policy towards taking gas-powered engines off the market. There is also consensus in the automobile industry that the EPA's tailpipe emissions rule is nothing more than a mandate for electric vehicles. According to the Congressional Budget Office, projections that electric vehicles will only account for 30 to 56% of new car sales by 2032. Even with the massive incentives for electric vehicles included in Biden's so-called Inflation Reduction Act, this falls well short of EPA's goal of 2/3 of new car sales being electric vehicles. In looking at the current electric vehicle market, electric vehicles only account for 4.5% of new vehicle sales. I would also like to note that during the Environmental Subcommittee markup 2 weeks ago, I mentioned that electric vehicles are not a new phenomenon, but have been around for nearly 200 years. So again, why is there this rush now to incentivize and speed up the production of vehicles that are not popular among consumers? According to a recent Gallup poll, 41% of Americans unequivocally would not buy an electric vehicle. EPA's de facto EV mandate would take options away from the more than 84% of Americans that are likely to choose or would strongly prefer a gas-powered or hybrid vehicle. No matter how much government floods the market with requirements that squeezes out internal combustion engines and require electric vehicles, if consumers aren't buying those cars, nobody's going to win. That is why I'm supporting the CARS Act authored by my colleague, Congressman Walberg. This bill stops EPA's current light and medium-duty vehicle regulation and instead allows consumers and the market to determine the cars and engine technology they want available, not the federal government. I urge my colleagues to support the CARS Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek?
I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the bill.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act of 2023. This bill is a direct attack on the current and expected future success of our domestic vehicle manufacturing industry. In addition to cutting industry stakeholders out of the rulemaking process by barring EPA from finalizing its light and medium-duty vehicle proposal for model years 2027 and later, this bill would put in place far-reaching and ill-defined requirements for any future vehicle emission standards. The way I read it, this bill would block EPA from ever regulating tailpipe emissions from the transportation sector. And it's disappointing that my Republican colleagues are reverting to their playbook of dismantling common sense protections, even when it's against the best interests of public health, the environment, and our economy. When announcing this markup, Chair Rogers said, and I quote, that America's global leadership and ability to win the future depends on our capacity to harness the technologies that will shape our nation and the world in the coming decades, and that we must make certain that America, not China, is capturing the innovations in these industries. And I agree with her statement, which is why I'm baffled that my majority colleagues included H.R. 4468 on today's agenda, because this bill would hurt our global leadership and our ability to harness new technologies and would only weaken our ability to compete with China. EVs are not science fiction. This innovative technology has been around for decades and is becoming a more popular vehicle choice for consumers around the country. We know that China currently controls a significant portion of EV market share and of the global EV supply chain. And that's why we must continue to leverage the power of the federal government to drive innovation, secure supply chains, and expand our domestic vehicle manufacturing industry. So HR 4468, in my opinion, is a step in the wrong direction. We must ensure the United States is the global leader on clean transportation and not cede that role to China, and that's why I'll be voting no on HR 4468 and urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Wahlberg, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to strike the last word and speak proudly in favor of my legislation, H.R. 4468.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
H.R. 4468, the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales or CARS Act. Americans need reliable, affordable, and functional modes of transportation. I asked Mr. Goffman, the EPA official who testified at the subcommittee legislative hearing, if each of these aspects are important. He agreed that all Americans should have access to reliable, available, functional, and affordable cars and trucks. He did not believe that federal rules should make cars and trucks less available, less affordable, and less functional for consumers and their needs. He also admitted the multi-pollutant tailpipe emissions rule didn't really factor those things into its calculation, even though the facts are that prices are rising. When pressed, he would not commit as to whether this rule would raise vehicle purchase prices for consumers or make small trucks and SUVs less available. Finally, he dodged giving an answer when I asked him if he would insert a regulatory off-ramp into the light and medium-duty rule if new vehicles become more expensive or unreliable, auto choice or functionality is limited, or those cars and trucks are unavailable to American consumers. This is unacceptable, forcing a major change in how Americans live, particularly in rural districts like mine, without taking care to prevent harmful outcomes. EPA may have the luxury of avoiding the need to examine life outside the Beltway, and it certainly does not stand for election to answer for its choices, but we do. I introduced the CARS Act to help prevent the dreams Mr. Goffman expressed from becoming a nightmare for Americans. First, it stops EPA's proposal to require that 2/3 of all new cars sold by 2032 be an electric vehicle. This is the same rule that the trade group representing car manufacturers in the U.S., the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, said was neither reasonable or achievable, end quote, in proposed regulations' 10-year time frame. Even the UAW is on record claiming the rule insufficiently addresses charging infrastructure or accounting for the role of cars with internal combustion engines, as well as calling for substantial changes to this proposed rule that recalibrate its standards to reflect more feasible emissions levels that reflect technology that can be feasibility complied with over a longer window. In Michigan, when the automakers and the unions are both raising red flags that something is really wrong, people listen, and so should we. Second, the CARS Act tries to step in and prevent a similar problem in the future with the regulations issued under this section of the Clean Air Act. Section 3 of H.R. 4468 prevents EPA from mandating a specific technology, which I believe includes drafting a standard in such a way that it knows only one technology can meet it. It also prevents EPA from issuing regulations that limit the availability of a particular vehicle engine for the ultimate consumer. My colleagues, EPA's job is to identify emissions and that endanger health or welfare. If EPA intends to set emission standards that are economically and technically feasible, this provision should not be a problem. However, if EPA decides to tune up greenhouse gas and criteria pollution standards to create a de facto technology or engine mandate, this bill will prevent it. It's not EPA's job to decide what is best for Americans and assume it got it right. On that note, I ask for unanimous consent in order to enter 3 letters of support into the record from the Consumers Energy Alliance, the National Tank Truck Carriers, API, and AFPM.
In advancing the CARS Act, consumers and their needs, not the government and its political biases, will drive auto innovation, secure functionality, and promote affordability. And affordability is especially important considering that the Inflation Reduction Act's subsidies disappear as soon as the EPA rule becomes fully implemented, leaving many consumers without mobility options, yet making these subsidies permanent defies fiscal sanity. I appreciate the subcommittee forwarding this bill to the full committee for consideration, and I urge all members to support the safety valve that is H.R. 4468. It's good for preserving Americans' affordable and reliable mobility, promoting Americans' domestic automobile economy, and protecting Americans' national security. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and without objection, the letters will be entered into the record. So ordered. Any further discussion? Chair recognizes Mr. Tonko. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly oppose the Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act. EPA has an important mission to protect human health and the environment, and this bill seeks to prevent EPA from fulfilling its responsibilities. It does not seem to matter that the proposed rule from EPA will save lives, or that it is expected to result in up to an estimated $1.6 trillion, that's trillion with a T, in benefits. EPA has an obligation under the Clean Air Act to protect public health by addressing air pollution, including from mobile sources. And we know that vehicles covered by this proposed rule will account for a large amount of greenhouse gas pollution, as well as other dangerous pollutants. But putting aside those health and environmental benefits, we should see this rule as an opportunity to further drive technological innovation. Over the last several years, or over the coming several years, the vehicle model years covered by EPA's proposed rule, we expect the cost of EVs to come down significantly, the performance and range of EVs to improve, and consumer demand for EVs to continue to grow. Let's stop looking backwards and stop trying to deny Americans the health and the economic benefits of EVs. And that includes significant job benefits. Because if we do this right, these vehicles will be built here with U.S.-made components and U.S.-made batteries. That is the vision imagined by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and by the Inflation Reduction Act. And by all public reports, that is exactly what is beginning to happen with the litany of private sector commitments and investments to build new manufacturing facilities all across our country. Rather than prejudge the outcome of a not yet finalized EPA rulemaking process, we should be working together to help overcome any barriers, real or just perceived, that may slow down EV adoption. In the meantime, we should not block proposed public health protections that will provide more than $1 trillion of benefits to the American people.
Yes.
With that, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'd like to recognize myself to strike the last word and speak in support of H.R. 4468, the CARS Act. At the Detroit Auto Show, President Biden said he believes the U.S. can own the future of the automobile market. Unfortunately, by using the EPA to institute government mandates and restrictions, he's handing the keys of America's auto future to China. We are offering a different approach with the CARS Act, one that encourages free enterprise and innovation. We want Americans to continue to have the ability to choose the best transportation options for their lives. Opening up mobility options has revolutionized people's lives. It's helped lift so many out of poverty. EPA's tailpipe emission standards for light and medium-duty vehicles force the auto market toward 100% battery electric vehicles only. The fact is, these cars are expensive and unreliable in many parts of the country where infrastructure like charging stations are unavailable. And the EVs is a market that China controls, the biggest polluter in the world. We win. The United States of America will win by innovating, building here at home, and letting people choose the cars they want to drive. Whether they are the more and more fuel-efficient internal combustion engines, hybrids, plug-in hybrids, hybrid hydrogen, electric vehicles, or maybe something else still to be created. We do not win by dictating to people and businesses that there will only be one option. The American way, and why the CARS Act revokes EPA's dangerous tailpipe emission standards and ensures that any future rulemaking do not mandate the use of specific vehicle technology. We should be proud. I'm so proud of our auto leadership over the past century and working to make sure that the United States continues to lead for the next 100 years. We shouldn't be ceding that to China. After all, we know China isn't focused on reducing carbon emissions. Since 2007, their emissions are skyrocketing. Again, China's the biggest polluter in the world. Today, China's building on average every week 2 coal-fired plants to meet their goal of electrification. China dominates access to critical minerals, controlling 76% of global battery cell production capacity for electric vehicles, 75% of lithium-ion batteries, the majority of the processing, the refining capacity for over half of the world's lithium, cobalt, graphite. Last quarter, it was China, ladies and gentlemen, that became the largest exporter of new motor vehicles, EVs, in the world, surpassing Japan. Forcing Americans to switch to EVs is playing into China's scheme. Chinese EV companies are developing a foothold in Europe and are expanding manufacturing now in countries like Mexico, right in our backyard. Now, you all know I've heard some of my Democrat colleagues and our current Secretary of Energy state that we need to follow China's lead. I don't agree. President Biden is implementing top-down government mandates that are going to drive up cost, stifle innovation, limit our choices, and benefit China. This bill and others before us offer a better approach, one that ensures people have access to affordable, reliable, functional means of transportation. And that should be a bipartisan goal. We cannot win the future with China making our cars. We cannot win the future with the federal government dictating our lives or sending our U.S. auto jobs overseas. We need to stay focused on the real goal, which is continued American leadership in the auto sector, while being good stewards of the environment. We've been doing this for decades, and the results have been that it's the United States of America that is leading in bringing down, lowering carbon emissions, while also providing more affordable, clean transportation options for people. The CARS Act and other bills ensure we continue to build on that important legacy. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support our solutions today, and I yield back. Further discussion? All right. The gentlelady from Florida, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
To speak in opposition to this pro-China bill.
Ms. Castor is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the CARS Act.
If you want to compete with China in automaking, you would not do this. You would not support this legislation or any of the bills being offered by my GOP colleagues today. And it's very disappointing to see another Republican pro-China bill. It would be better policy, a more pro-America, more patriotic policy to strengthen American industry and American ingenuity to compete with China, rather than what their approach is just to throw up their hands and say, okay, we can't do anything, we'll cede it all to China. The global demand for electric vehicles is rising. And if we don't compete, who will benefit? China. If we step back, who ends up controlling all the supply chains? China. You cannot ignore the fact that China now controls a lot of the existing supply chains for electric vehicles. They want to put our auto workers and our automobile companies out of business. But rather than ceding more ground, the answer is to invest in America, to invest in our competitiveness. In fact, that is the aim of the Inflation Reduction Act
That is what's going on across America right now. We're investing in domestic battery manufacturing, creating jobs here, and reducing our dependence on foreign supplies. Republicans are in a defensive crouch. They're stepping away through these bills today. They're stepping away from electric vehicle technology, and they're willing to cede the dominance to China in this space. Republicans, and let's just kind of peel back the curtain into why that's happening, because it doesn't make sense, does it? But they're going down this road of scare tactics, kind of deliberately misleading the American people about electric vehicles in order to prop up big oil corporations. See, electric vehicles are cheaper to own, they're more environmentally sustainable, they deliver significant cost savings to American families, they decrease fueling costs by 50% or more, and overall they're about 25% less expensive than regular cars. Additionally, EV prices have declined by more than $5,600 over the past year, and they're going to go down, down, down as we ramp up production. Thanks to incentives in the Inflation Reduction Act, electric passenger cars and light-duty trucks are expected to reach cost parity with gasoline-powered vehicles in the next 2 years. That's years sooner than anyone predicted. The technology is going to get better and better, just like what happened with gas-powered vehicles over time. But that's because we incentivize that. We incentivize fuel economy. We invested in innovation and research and development, and that paid dividends for families across this country. I know that electric vehicles are a threat to the profits of oil and gas companies. But the upside to American families, to workers, to businesses is simply too great to ignore. The benefits to their pocketbooks, to our industrial base, to our health, and to a livable future for our kids and grandkids cannot be ignored. This bill hurts American progress. It hurts job creation in America. It hurts workers. It hurts our industrial base. It hurts small business owners. So I urge my colleagues for all of those reasons to oppose this bill today and join us in standing up for America and the can-do spirit of innovation and competitiveness. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone seek recognition? Chair recognizes Mr. Carter for 5 minutes on the CARS Act.
Madam Chair, I move to strike last word in support of this bill.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I'm not opposed to electric vehicles. The single largest economic development project in the history of the state of Georgia is underway right now in my district that I have the honor and privilege of representing. It's by Hyundai Motor Company. They're building electric vehicles. We're excited to have them. A $5.5 billion investment. It's going to employ over 8,100 people and probably that many more people in ancillary businesses. We're excited about it. They're incredible machines. Lots of cool features and advantages. However, I am opposed to the idea that we should be more or less forcing Americans into these vehicles only. What's more, I'm also against the notion that electric vehicles will somehow save our emission problems. The truth is that we don't know the true picture of carbon dioxide emissions associated with EVs. All the claims are either estimates or guesses. The processes behind mining and processing the materials required to produce these vehicles are very energy intensive and for certainly not emission-free at the moment. A recent Manhattan Institute report examined just this and emphasized that we have no real idea of these emissions, especially if we expand EV production dramatically. In that report, they point out that the global mining industry today already accounts for about 40% of all industrial energy use before significant expansion. That will have to happen as high-quality deposits become rarer to find. By the way, those processes are largely not happening here in the U.S., where I'm confident we could do a decent job, despite my colleagues' pleas to actually do that. Not only do you have to factor in these emissions that, again, we don't have a full picture of, but you also have to factor in the emissions involved in transporting materials all across the globe. I fear that accounting for these either eliminates those benefits or may even add more emissions. What we are hearing from the other side is that as long as it isn't here, it doesn't count. We're simply going to shift this burden to other countries. They can deal with air quality issues, which are already worse than the U.S. In fact, the mining and processing powered by coal in China is putting particulates in the air that travel all the way to the U.S. Shutting that down in the U.S. will not end this pollution and will hurt us. Is that what they call environmental justice? The research firm ICF found that if crude oil from the Gulf of Mexico were to displace crude oil production outside of the U.S. and Canada, global emissions could drop by 50%. That seems like a reasonable path to pursue, but the administration is decidedly not doing that. Further, the EPA has said that U.S. air quality and emissions continue to improve as we drive more miles, consume more energy, and grow our economy. My colleagues will say that this will improve public health because of their narrow idea that the only health issues associated with this is air quality. That is misguided. As we discussed in the subcommittee markup, health care access is a significant factor. Portions of my district are incredibly rural and simply not practical for EVs. My constituents deserve access to affordable vehicles that they can depend on. I understand that my colleagues across the aisle are big fans of EVs, as am I. I get it. They're very high-tech, and they can be incredibly convenient in the right circumstances, but not for everyone, and especially if you make less than six figures. And a lot of people in my district do make less than six figures. If people want an EV, they can make that choice. In fact, they already have a number of incentives pushing them that way as it is today. There are federal tax credits to incentivize purchasing an EV, and many states have other incentives on top of that, and they're working. Otherwise, I don't think you'd see what's happening in Georgia. My home state of Georgia is positioning itself to be the electric mobility capital of the U.S. Yet Georgia has not and will not propose tailpipe rules like California or similar policies to more or less mandate EVs. We don't need any more market-distorting policies that cost taxpayers money and opportunity. I urge all my colleagues to support these bills that allow for consumer choice. Consumer choice. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? You're done? Okay. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mr. Duncan for 5 minutes to speak on the underlying bill.
South Carolina. Thank you, Madam
South
Chair.
Carolina. I'm sorry.
China, China, China. Republicans on this committee since January have done more to push back against China on so many topics that the gentlelady from Florida is just so misguided when she's talking about Republicans in China. I support Made in America and Buy American Made. We have a robust automotive sector in this country, and it will include EVs if the market is there. I align myself with comments from Mr. Carter. I have a rural district. I have a Ford dealership that is forced to put in charging stations at his dealership. His EVs on the lot he can't sell because they just don't work in rural America. Dealers need to sell units. They're forced by the manufacturer to put in charging stations after they were forced by the manufacturer to improve their facade and do a lot of work on their showrooms. There's got to be a return on investment, and when the EVs are sitting there unsold, there is none. You talked about pushing incentives to incentivize the industry. The government spends so much money now, we're, what, $34 trillion in debt today? I mean, when's enough spending enough to incentivize people to purchase something or a manufacturing company to manufacturing something when the market isn't there?
You want to talk about China? China controls most of the rare earths in the world. They own the mining rights, and they do it in such an environmentally insensitive way. If you believe in the environment, you should also believe in the environmental practices that American mining companies do in a much more environmentally sensitive and cleaner way. And we don't do it with child labor because we have labor standards. China doesn't, and they're using child labor in Africa to mine this lithium that is so toxic. And guess what? They're not using EV articulating loaders. They're using diesel-powered loaders to move that earth. So, China, they're going to provide a lot of electrical vehicles in this country. But the technology that exists today, and I've read many articles on this, gives the Chinese companies and the Chinese Communist Party the ability to spy on Americans, even if it's sitting in your driveway. We push back against China spying with TikTok. We see where Chinese companies are heavily involved in automotive industry and battery production in places like Michigan. The Chinese Communist Party seems to be the one that's pushing us toward electrification. We know Russia gave money to environmental groups to go after the fossil fuel industry. Why? Because they don't want us to be energy dominant and or energy independent. They want to weaken America. I believe that's the same goal of the Chinese Communist Party through this push. So I'm not going to sit here and sit idly by and not respond when we have pushed against the Chinese influence in America, against Chinese mining practices that are environmentally unsound, against this push toward electrification where the grid can't support it, where generation isn't there. Made America, by American. The American automotive sector needs to be strong because they also produce a lot of vital components for our United States military. And they did during World War II, and if we have a circumstance in the future, they will step up and build the tanks and the trucks and the airplanes and the other things we need, just like Henry Ford did during World War II. But if they don't exist anymore because we've moved toward electric vehicles, there's not going to be an industry to help us defend this country. A robust, strong American manufacturing sector is necessary. And another thing that's necessary in my 38 seconds is a robust and strong American energy sector where we use the resources that we're given in this country. We're blessed with natural gas and oil, but we're also blessed with technology and the brain power to do the renewables as well. It's all inclusive. And Republicans on this side of the aisle believe in renewables, and we believe in generation from all sources to meet the power demands that are necessary to fuel your electric vehicles, which we acknowledge are a part and will be a part of the fleet. But let the market do that. Let the consumer do that. And that's what the bills do. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Chair recognizes the lady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am adamantly in support of this bill, H.R. 4468. The bill stops the Biden administration from implementing its radical rule that will force 2/3 of all new passenger vehicles to be electric by 2032. That's insane. My constituents do not want to be forced by the government to purchase an electric vehicle. My constituents want freedom of choice. That's America. We don't live in a communist country yet, do we? My constituents will purchase an electric vehicle if they want to, if it works for them, not because President Biden tells them they have to. I was just in a natural resources field hearing in Phoenix, and there we had testimony about critical minerals and how electric vehicles need 4 times as much copper as a traditional car. How there's so much lithium that is needed for the electric vehicle batteries. And guess where this stuff is processed? China.
And you know what President Biden is doing? When we need all these new critical minerals, he's shutting down U.S. mines. In Arizona, we have Resolution Copper Mine. It could produce 25% of all the copper demand in the United States. And what did he do? 2 to 3 months into his presidency, he pulled back an environmental permit review, and now the mine is just sitting there when it could be helping the United States. He did the same thing in Minnesota. In addition, when we're adding new electric vehicles onto the grid and we're mandating and enforcing it by a certain time, the grid's not going to be able to keep up with the demand. And so I don't want Arizona to be like California, where they're mandating electric vehicles, and then the government texts them, said, oh, don't charge your electric vehicle today. That's insane. I support this bill because I support consumer choice. I'm opposed to Biden forcing my constituents to buy an electric car against their will. I support this bill because I want reliable, affordable electricity. I want to keep the lights on. I don't want the government telling them that they can't charge their electric vehicle after they forced them to buy it. I don't want the U.S. to be more reliant on China. I support Americans, not China. I support this bill, and I yield back.
I'm just waiting for some people to get done. Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes for 5 minutes, Mr. Vesey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been interesting listening to this discussion, and it's good that we're having this discussion. Obviously, as the world continues to look for alternatives, and not just the U.S. and the world, and I think that when we have this discussion, that we shouldn't be looking so inward. And that was one of the things that worries me. We've heard China mentioned a lot in this discussion, and we should be mentioning China a lot in this discussion about as electric vehicles sales surged worldwide last year, about a 55% increase. It was China that led the way. And I know that these vehicles are certainly more popular in some parts of our country than they are in certain parts of other countries. And there are good reasons why people an electric vehicle may not be right for them at this time. But I think that regardless of where one may fall in this discussion, that we really need to look for a way how we can move this discussion away from the sort of black and white issue and the black and white way that we discuss it, and really look at it as a very complex matter that it is. Because I can tell you that England, France, the rest of Europe, India, which is a huge growing market, we do not want them looking 100% towards China for this product that's going to roll more and more, not just on American roads, but roads around the world. We want to make sure that the rest of the world can look towards the United States of America as they have for so many other technologies, whether it's defense or whether it's just for everyday common use, like a vehicle. And we really do need to figure out some sort of way how we can get the discussion to move into that territory, because if not, they will supply the rest of the world, and it doesn't matter. You can scare them with, oh, the Chinese are going to put devices in your cars to be able to monitor you and be able to gather biometrics and things like that about you in these vehicles that they sell. And the Chinese and the Communist Chinese Party definitely would do things like that. But I can tell you that people in Europe aren't going to care, people in India aren't going to care, and the big three will no longer be the leaders when it comes to supplying cars for the world. The Chinese will have whatever the version of the big three look like if we don't take this seriously. And so we need to figure out, Madam Chair, how we can start having some real serious discussions about this. And again, when it comes to this particular product, instead of being so inward, we really do need to look out. Thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, for what purpose does Mr. Crenshaw seek recognition?
Madam Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
You recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for holding this markup. So we look at these bills, we look at all these amendments, and we're all addressing the same question. Should we force a rapid transition away from traditional combustion engines and toward electric vehicles? That's the question. Okay, so it seems that the mature and responsible way to answer that question would be to collect the relevant facts and then apply a reasonable cost-benefit analysis to the question. So let's actually do that. The claim from my Democrat colleagues in the EPA is that a rapid transition to EVs will be nothing but rainbows and sunshine with all the benefits and no downside whatsoever. I encourage my colleagues to write a fiction fantasy novel about that scenario because that's exactly where it belongs. In reality, the data shows that they're pretty much wrong on every account. The facts demonstrate that there are massive costs and very little benefits. Vehicles will be less affordable and less capable. That's a fact. Our reliance on China would increase, not decrease. That's a fact. And actually, here's the kicker, global carbon emissions would increase too, especially in the short term. Here's why. So the claim is that this radical rule from EPA is necessary to reduce the twin crises of global climate change and air pollution. Is that true? The fact is there's little evidence that the mass adoption of electric vehicles will result in significantly less global greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, the opposite is probably true, and here's why. Every single battery for an electric vehicle requires the mining and processing of roughly 500,000 pounds of materials. It requires significantly more energy-intensive metals like aluminum than traditional combustion engine vehicles do. And according to the manufacturers themselves, the manufacturing of these vehicles generate 70% more emissions than traditional internal combustion engine vehicles. That means they need to drive about 70,000 miles or more just to break even on the emission side. So this means, at least in the short term, and it's not that short because 70,000 miles is a really long way to go, especially when you pretty much only use these things in urban environments. That means that, just according to the math and the facts, mass adoption of EVs will increase global carbon emissions. Full stop. It's a fact. You can't argue with it. It's just the math. It's also worth noting that internal combustion engines are continuing to increase in their fuel efficiency over time. And you don't have to take my word for that. Just take the IEA's word for that, because according to the International Energy Agency, increases in automobile fuel efficiency will displace at least 300% more petroleum than the addition of 300 million EVs by 2040. It was said earlier that EVs are a threat to oil and gas profits. Well, this fact disproves that. Facts matter. We aren't worried about the oil and gas industry here. We're worried about our constituents. You want to be serious about addressing global emissions, you got to focus on real solutions. Streamline nuclear permitting. Encourage more export of clean U.S. LNG, which displaces foreign, dirty coal. Take steps to claw back global mineral mining and processing industries from China. Bring it here where we actually do care about the environment. You don't deepen our dependence on importing more critical minerals and products from them by subsidizing the very products they specialize in. There was this bizarre argument made earlier that this new restrictive rule will make it easier to compete with China. That's never been true for any regulation. It won't be true for this one. This claim that demand is wildly increasing for electric vehicles, not true. 1% of cars are EVs. 4.5% of new vehicle sales are EVs. There's no demand boom. Let's just stop it. And if there was, then why do you need to propose all these rules to make people buy them? This is the other argument that's used to justify this radical new rule, is that we need to be protected from air pollution. There's an air pollution crisis. I'll tell you what, there's really good news. We already have laws to address that. And here's some more good news. According to the EPA's own website and their own data, air pollution has decreased nearly 80% in the last 50 years. There is no crisis in air quality in America. And even with the problems we have, it doesn't even come close to justifying these radical changes and the immense costs to our voters. And these costs are real. EVs have significantly less range than a normal car. They're significantly more expensive, on average $20,000. The price has actually only gone up over the last 10 years, even with scaling them out. And I just don't understand why we want to rush to be dependent on China, who actually has 85% of the processing capacity for the critical minerals needed for these vehicles. And that doesn't even get to the human rights abuses associated with
how they mine and process those materials. So this is about costs and benefits, folks. This isn't about emotions or supporting one industry over another. This might surprise you, but we don't really care about that. We care about the livelihood of our constituents, and we care about proper decision-making and proper thinking when addressing a problem, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Chair recognizes Mr. Soto. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Just strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we're seeing one of the hottest summers on record. It's particularly been troubling in Florida, where the ocean is over 100 degrees down near the Florida Keys, and hurting the Great Florida Reef, among many other issues that we've worked on in a bipartisan way. It is important to recognize that after the Inflation Reduction Act passed, America is now in the position to lead the way for an electric vehicle revolution. And it's about time because of the effects of climate change. We also still are the top energy producer in the world. We produce so much energy here in the United States that we actually export it. But I want to talk more about the long-term effects of what we're seeing. There is a tripling of new factory construction in the nation right now as we speak. President Biden has helped us triple the number of factories that are being built. We heard a little bit about it. There's a couple in my district. We heard Mr. Carter talk about the new factory in his district for electric vehicles. We're making clean energy products in my district. We're seeing both in blue and, yes, a lot of red districts, new manufacturing happening at a triple rate. And just so we're clear, it's the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, the infrastructure law that did that. Some of those were bipartisan, and we appreciate that help. And it is making sure that private capital is coming in at an amazing rate. And so as we look at Bidenomics and what it's doing to power record low unemployment, inflation dropping to 3%, and this biggest surge in new construction, many jobs that don't require a college degree so that families can put food on the table. It's a really amazing story that we're seeing over these quarters. And I hear a lot of debates here today, and I know this stuff gets us all emotional, but I do see some common ground that we can work on, particularly in the area of critical minerals, rare earth minerals. I got to travel to Japan with Representative Ruiz and heard more than one time about the lithium deposits in his district in the Salton Sea, among many other things that we worked on together. But that's just one example, and I'm sure there's others in your districts as well, of the rare earth minerals that are around the nation. Obviously, it starts with a lot of dirt and raw materials, and we have to process it down, but I really think the committee should be focusing some of its effort on a bipartisan way to help really address the issues we both recognize in order for the Inflation Reduction Act to meet its full potential. We're going to have to work on these rare earth mineral issues. So while I don't want us to see us pull back from an increasing number of electric cars, since I know it's important to our dominance in the auto industry, it's important for us to be able to be dominant in the 21st century economy and to help combat climate change. I do think there are some things we agree on that we could do together. With that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I just wanted to take a moment to correct the record, because it's really hard to sit here and just to keep hearing the false information and to just let it go totally so there's just one fact I'm going to get on the record. Now, I'm not going to go through all of them because there's a lot of things that were said that were inaccurate. One of the things it said was that EVs are not cleaner. It takes 70,000 miles. And there was no way that there was anything out there that said otherwise. So let me just make sure on the record. The Argonne National Laboratory analysis has shown that an EV is cleaner than gas after the first 13,000 miles of driving. It's even less on a 100% clean energy grid, as low as 8,000 miles.
It's important to note that also in California's electric grid is cleaner than most, and that the state has 90% a clean energy target by 2035. And just so we know where this is coming from, since it doesn't exist out there, it's a Reuters, July 7, 2021, has an article about this. So I understand there could be differences of opinion, but again, let's have the debate honestly. Let's not come with inaccurate information that we're telling people as though it's the truth. That is the most frustrating part of these hearings. It's let's just talk about facts, okay? And I don't want to hear anybody lecturing me about freedom of choice. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there other members wishing to speak on the bill? I've got, Chair recognizes Mr. Pfluger from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in support of this.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
It was earlier said that it was accused from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that Republicans are deliberately misleading the American public. I think that's kind of rich, given the news events in the last 24 hours. Republicans are standing in the gap of reality. Military doctrine has a couple of criteria for decision-making, and that criteria for a course of action looks at whether a plan is feasible, is it suitable, is it acceptable, is it complete, just to name a couple of the criteria. This rapid, unrealistic, mandated transition to electric vehicles is none of those. It doesn't check off a single one of those. What's the problem we're trying to solve? Why haven't the administration officials come to this body that is responsible for oversight in Article 1 of the Constitution and provided any justification according to those criteria or any other criteria that they'd like to show us? Instead, when the EPA and other agencies come, they appear to be the ones misleading the American public because they don't have a plan. And what we just heard about facts, I join my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to hear the facts. Unfortunately, the administration is not bringing those facts to the table. I proudly support Representative Walberg's legislation to prohibit the EPA from continuing their weaponization, regulatory weaponization, and in this case, from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing the proposal for light and medium-duty vehicles. During a recent hearing with Mr. Goffman from the EPA, when he testified, it was clear that the EPA had abused its authority while not seriously considering the impacts of the rule. The ability for automakers and manufacturers to seriously consider the impacts of the rule and as well as not considering where the necessary energy generation will come from. That's the biggest question that we have here. So when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that Republicans are deliberately misleading the American public, give me a break. We're the only ones asking the questions that every single normal American is going, where's the electricity going to come from? In fact, let me just state, I know we're all sitting here tired of this debate and, we want to move on, but you know what? This is important. My constituents sent me up here to stand in this very gap. And when they hear the Secretary of Energy say that she would like to electrify the military and the fleet vehicles in the military, they have some serious concerns about our national security. Secretary Granholm doubled down on that. I would invite her to a flight line in Anchorage, Alaska. I would invite her to go to a deployed location like Al Dhafra in the Middle East to see a missile truck, to go out on that flight line and see the impacts of her statement saying that she wants to electrify military vehicles. Not to mention the fact that we're talking about 150 million, vehicles in this country that she is suggesting and other agencies are suggesting that we should mandate. No. We're going to continue to stand in the gap. Show us the facts. The administration has failed to do that. We're almost 8 months in to this Congress, and not a single official has come over here and showed us any math, science, or data to suggest that anything in their plan is feasible, suitable, acceptable, and much less complete. Mr. Chairman, I proudly support this legislation. It's exceedingly important for all the reasons that our colleagues on this side of the aisle have said. And I urge us to vote with a reality-based mindset. While we can innovate, let's be realistic. I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I would gladly
Over here.
yield.
Crenshaw, Texas. Guy from
To my
Texas.
colleague from Crenshaw, from Texas.
I thank the gentleman, and I want to respond. I like debating actual studies. That's exactly what we should be doing, so I appreciate my colleague on the other side doing it. But the problem with that study that was mentioned is it does not take into account supply chains. That's the problem. It only looks at the vehicle itself. It looks at like-sized vehicles, and it looks at different scenarios based on what kind of power there is to the grid. It does not look at the supply chain. I like the manufacturers' studies because the manufacturers want to sell those EVs, so their incentives are aligned there. They came up with more accurate studies based on the entire supply chain, and I yield back.
I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Do others wish to speak on the bill? Chair now recognizes Mr. Hudson for 5 minutes.
Is there a vote on the floor?
Okay, the chair recognizes that votes have been called. We're going to recess and come back after votes. Subcommittee will, or the committee will stand in recess.
in here? Yeah. Okay. Committee comes to order. We are considering HR 4468. We'll continue discussion on the underlying bill. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Fulcher, for what purpose?
To speak on behalf of the bill, Madam Chair.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's late. We've been going through this for some time now. But it is not okay for the Environmental Protection Agency to implement a rule, that is a rule, and that's an agency implementing a rule, that essentially mandates certain types of technologies. Non-elected agency, directly, via rule, having a major economic impact decision. I support HR 4468, the CARS Act, because it gets rid of that rule. Now, we are painfully aware that this administration is pushing electronic vehicles. Doesn't matter that if they're not practical. Doesn't matter if it makes us more dependent on our enemies. Doesn't matter if it's more expensive. Doesn't matter if there's drastically negative environmental impacts as a function of that. We're painfully aware where this administration is trying to go. And as has been explained by my colleagues in very good terms, American people don't want it. From a functionality standpoint, it simply is not practical in many parts of the country for many purposes. It undercuts a very incredible, necessary industry, the fossil fuel industry, combustion engines. And it is not okay for an agency, via rule, to mandate certain types of technology. The right answer is the market. The right answer is choice, functionality, allowing the American people to choose what they want. Any time that the government has to come in and prop up an industry, which is exactly what's happening with this, and override market conditions, override people's desires, this is going to wind up going the wrong way. Madam Chair, I support HR 4468, the CARS Act, and I yield the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Are there any amendments? Clerk. Chair recognizes Ms. Clark for the purposes of offering an amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk labeled SCD03.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to HR 4468 offered by Ms. Clark. Page 3, after line 12, insert the following. Section 4, certification. This act and the amendments made by this act may not take effect until the date on which the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency certifies that the implementation of this act.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. I'm sorry. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Ms. Clark is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would simply delay implementation of this bill until the EPA administrator certifies that it will not harm public health. As a reminder to my colleagues, the EPA is required under the Clean Air Act to address air pollution that endangers public health. Setting tailpipe emission standards is one of the clearest and most effective ways to reduce harmful pollutants in the transportation sector. Passenger vehicles alone produce more than 1 million tons of nitrogen oxide emissions and over 33,000 tons of particulate matter pollution every year. These pollutants are linked with tens of thousands of preventable deaths, millions of asthma attacks, and countless cases of heart disease, stroke, and diabetes. There is great urgency in reducing these harmful emissions. Reducing these emissions can be life and death in communities disproportionately burdened by environmental pollution. Unfortunately, this bill represents a reckless attempt at kneecapping efforts to save lives and move progress toward a healthy future. And many of my colleagues support the EPA's efforts to finalize strong vehicle emission standards. In fact, 2 weeks ago, I sent a letter with Representative Matsui and 91 of our colleagues calling on the EPA to finalize the strongest feasible standard proposed under its light-duty vehicle emission standards. I'm disappointed that the majority seems intent on attempting to roll back the clock on the progress our nation has made in reducing air pollution and the serious health effects associated with it. A letter sent to the chair and ranking member of this committee from environmental health groups ahead of this markup said this bill would set a dangerous precedent by, quote, injecting politics into rulemakings, end quotes, instead of basing decisions on the, quote, best available science and the need to protect public health, end quote. My amendment simply ensures that the EPA's congressionally mandated mission to protect Americans and our environment from harmful pollution is not undermined by this bill. So I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. And Madam Chair, I yield back. I'm going to yield my time to the gentleman from California.
Thank you for yielding. I just want to thank you for introducing this common sense amendment. I'm going to be voting for this amendment because I am for choice, and I am for policies based on science and people's health, and I'm also definitely for the freedom to breathe. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion?
Madam Chair?
Chair recognizes Mr. Wahlberg for 5 minutes to speak.
Madam Chair, I'd like to strike the last word to speak in opposition to the amendment.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
My Democrat colleagues want to claim that if you don't support their amendment, you don't support the Clean Air Act, public health, or breathing fresh air. I support clean air and public health for all communities. I don't support policies that, in the name of public health, undermine health, welfare, and people's ability to work and provide for their families. This amendment, in the name of public health, would harm people by enabling the EPA to continue its dangerous actions. Let's not forget that Congress designed the Clean Air Act with a holistic, realistic view of the needs of American families. It enacted this seminal law, and I quote, to promote the public health and welfare and the productive capacity of its population. The amendment not only ignores this realistic and appropriate approach to implementing emission standards, it also would expose Americans to a suite of adverse impacts that are created by the mandated use of electric vehicles. We've had ample testimony about this in committee. We know today that the new cars, SUVs, and pickup trucks are 99% cleaner than the 1970 models for common pollutants. However, in order to decrease emissions by remaining 1%, EPA is on a path to limit Americans' mobility at an excessive cost to working families. It would hinder access to the doctor and to the hospital, for example, both of which would undermine the very public health, both emotional and physical, which I would hope Democrats would want to protect. I understand also that my Democratic colleagues had some critiques about the scope of this legislation at subcommittee. Let me be clear, we don't want to reach back to the start of the Clean Air Act and repeal catalytic converters
onboard diagnostic systems. I don't want to remove those improvements from cars or create compliance uncertainty for auto manufacturers. We'll continue to work on this issue to ensure that the legislation only applies to the type of rules that limit Americans' ability to choose what's right for them and their families. And so I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, there's been a request for a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Latta. Guthrie. Griffith. Bilirakis. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no. Johnson. Johnson votes no. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes no. Carter. Duncan. Palmer. Palmer votes no. Dunn. Dunn votes no. Curtis. Curtis votes no. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes no. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Armstrong votes no. Weber. Allen. Allen votes no. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes no. Obernolte. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Badagan. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
No.
Chair Rogers votes no.
Yes. Madam Clerk, how is Ms. Castor recorded?
Ms. Castor is not recorded.
How's Ms. Kelly? Oh,
Castor votes aye.
how's Ms. Kelly recorded?
Ms. Kelly is not recorded. Kelly votes aye.
How's Mr. Peters recorded?
Mr. Peters is not recorded. Peters votes aye.
How's Ms. Barragan recorded?
Barragan is not recorded. Barragan votes aye.
How is Mr. Burgess recorded?
Mr. Burgess is not recorded.
Votes no.
Burgess votes no.
How's Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Latta votes no.
How's Mr. Duncan recorded?
Mr. Guthrie is not recorded. Guthrie votes no.
That was Duncan.
Duncan. Guthrie votes no. Duncan votes no.
How's Mr. Weber recorded?
Mr. Weber is not recorded. Weber votes no.
How's Mr. Tonko recorded?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded. Tonko votes aye.
Madam Clerk, would you call the members who are not recorded? The names of the members that are...
Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Hudson? Ms. Miller Meeks? Mr. Obernolte?
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, we have 23 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Chair recognizes Mrs. Dingell for the purposes of offering an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. I have an amendment at the desk labeled SCD01.
Clerk, report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 4468 offered by Ms. Dingell. Page 3, strike lines 3 through 5, and make such conforming changes as may be necessary.
Madam Chair, I oppose H.R. 4468, the bill we're calling Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act of 2023, which I believe does nothing to improve consumer choice. With all and due respect and great respect for my colleague from Michigan, H.R. 4460, as far as I can tell, as I read H.R. 4468 and consulted with the autos and lawyers and others, it would stifle innovation in our domestic vehicle industry. Everybody knows I keep saying I'm a car girl, but I really pay attention to this industry. I spend a lot of time with them. And I want to protect the industry, my state, my workers, and this country. And I can confidently say that the American auto industry is constantly innovating to provide the best products for consumers. But innovation, like that driven by my sponsors and the sponsor of this bill and my home state, does not happen overnight or in a vacuum. Vehicle emission standards play an important role in supporting this innovation. These standards serve as a catalyst for the OEM companies and help drive this incredible progress and advancement to create new, better, more affordable products for our constituents and for car owners and enthusiasts across the world. H.R. 4468 would require that EPA vehicle emission standards do not, quote, result in limited availability of new motor vehicles based on the type of motor vehicle engine in such new motor vehicles. This language is broad and ill-defined that it could stop the incredible innovation happening right now in the vehicle industry. This section just puzzles people. Why would we want to put limits on the types of cars vehicle manufacturers can produce? My amendment would simply strike this limited availability language. The federal government is an important partner of our domestic vehicle manufacturing industry. Forward-looking vehicle emission standards that improve year over year have pushed the industry to innovate and advance its technology for decades. We should not be jeopardizing future technological breakthroughs just because some of us don't like electric vehicles. And let me also say, the United States government has not mandated that we cannot produce ICE vehicles. Nor, if you read the notice of proposed rulemaking, does it say you must produce electric vehicles. I say to my staff every day, hydrogen, hydrogen, hydrogen. There are many different technologies that we need to be looking at. And by the way, Thomas Edison and Henry Ford looked at a nickel iron battery in the early 1900s. There are many other biodiesel fuels, others that we can look at. And my colleague gives in here, I am the person in this room that knows better than anybody that this is not rainbows and sunshine. It's tough. We got a lot of difficult choices to make, and rather than making all of these statements and being here and there, we got to work together to get to the right place, that we're cleaning the air and building vehicles that people can afford, and we're not endangering the workers, and the industry don't want to be caught in a political fight between the two sides. They want our support to keep this industry competitive in a global marketplace. So I don't want to support, I'm sorry I have to oppose my Republican colleagues' approach here, but I believe this bill would stop innovation. It's just something I cannot support. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, just dropping limited availability. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Lady yields back. Further discussion. Gentleman, Mr. Wahlberg is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose this amendment and urge other members to do so as well.
I appreciate my colleague from Michigan's positions on this, but the underlying bill is intended to prevent the EPA, through regulation, government, bureaucratic, hard-fisted regulation, from deciding which types of cars people should buy or not have available to them. I'll never forget, and saying this in the positive, good, strong memory of the scion, the lion of this committee, Chairman John Dingell, who I had the privilege of sitting in a room with when he was talking with Sergio Marchionne, the late chairman of Chrysler Daimler. And they were talking about the new CAFE standards that were coming out. I'll never forget the discussion. It was a good discussion. And after the chairman had given the basics for the CAFE standards, I'll never forget Sergio Marchionne saying, "Mr. Chairman, thank you. As long as these standards are reasonable, they may make us stretch a bit, but as long as they're reasonable and rational, we can make them. But then get out of the way. Don't tell us what engine, what motor, what transmission to achieve this. Between our engineers, our designers, and our consumers, we'll come up with the best deal." I've always remembered that. And I appreciate the fact that we all say we believe in innovation, a free market approach, competition. This amendment, in fact, would take away from that. My bill will expand that opportunity, and with that, I encourage opposition to this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back for the discussion. Chair recognizes Ms. Schierkowski. Just strike the last word.
Thank you. Yes, I seek to strike the last word. So, despite its name, the name of this legislation, Choice in Automobile Retail Sales Act, despite the name of this resolution, this bill would limit consumer choice. It would lock in place. It would lock in place the status quo for vehicle technology as they exist today, preventing pro-consumer, pro-innovation, and the American people, American innovation has actually reduced prices for consumers and benefits millions of Americans. And we must not block future savings for American drivers. I just want to say that Ms. Dingell's amendment strikes the language that will have serious negative consequences for consumers across the country. And we need to be encouraging innovation, not stagnation. And I certainly urge my colleagues to vote no. And now I yield to Congresswoman DeGette.
Thank you so much. I rise in support of Congresswoman Dingell's amendment because it addresses a proposed policy that would perpetuate the status quo when it comes to pollution while actually kneecapping innovation in the automotive industry. Historically, as the gentlelady from Michigan said, the Clean Air Act's vehicle emissions standards actually drive innovation. And that's what EPA's proposed rule does without, and this is key, without mandating a specific type of technology. However, the wide-reaching, vague, quote, limited availability language in H.R. 4468
would lock us in to today's technology across all engine types. It would bring automated innovation to a standstill because it is simply too broad. And in addition, given how this language is drafted, I fear that it would be impossible for the EPA to determine the impact of a regulation on availability across all engine types. So here's the thing. All of us want cars that emit fewer harmful emissions and contribute less pollutions. All of us want cleaner air and water. In my town of Denver, we regularly have high ozone days that are in part driven by automobile traffic. And frankly, I don't think Congress should dictate that we should be frozen in time and have to live with this indefinitely. So yes, we all want to see the continued innovation that lowers pollution from the automotive industry. And because of that, I urge adoption of this amendment. I yield back to Ms. Schakowsky.
And I certainly would encourage everyone who wants to move forward to vote in favor of the amendment that has been offered by Congresswoman Dingell. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, a vote occurs on the amendment, the Dingell amendment. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes no. Latta. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes no. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes no. Johnson. Johnson votes no. Bouchon. Bouchon votes no. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes no. Carter. Duncan. Palmer. Palmer votes no. Dunn. Dunn votes no. Curtis. Curtis votes no. Lesko. Lesko votes no. Pence. Pence votes no. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes no. Joyce. Joyce votes no. Armstrong. Armstrong votes no. Weber. Weber votes no. Allen. Allen votes no. Balderson. Balderson votes no. Fulcher. Fulcher votes no. Pfluger. Pfluger votes no. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes no. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes no. Obernolte. Obernolte votes no. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshoo. Eshoo votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark.
How you doing there,
Clark
Joyce?
votes aye. Cardenas.
How's Joyce doing?
Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Dingell votes aye. Veazey. Veazey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Badagon. Badagon votes aye. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes no.
Madam,
Mr. Carter is not recorded.
would you just,
Carter votes no.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll of those who didn't vote?
Latta. Latta votes no. Guthrie. Guthrie votes no. Hudson. Duncan. Duncan votes no. Miller Meeks. Schreier. Schreier votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, we have 23 ayes and 27 noes.
The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Seeing none, Question now occurs on approving H.R. 4468, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson. Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller-Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
No.
Pallone votes no. Eshoo. Eshoo votes no. DeGette. DeGette votes no. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes no. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes no. Tonko.
No.
Tonko votes no. Clark.
No.
Clark votes no. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. Dingell votes no. Veazey. Veazey votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Badagon. Badagon votes no. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes no. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Palmer votes aye.
How's Mr. Crenshaw recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Crenshaw votes aye.
Good job. The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, we have 27 ayes and 23 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 4469 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 4469, a bill to clarify that E-RINs are not authorized for purposes of satisfying the volume of renewable fuel that needs to be contained in transportation fuel for purposes of the Renewable Fuel Program and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does
Mr. Chair, I'd like to strike the last word. Speak in favor
the
of the
chair
bill.
recognizes Mr. Pence from Indiana.
I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting my legislation, the No Fuel Credits for Battery Act. This legislation is simple. It protects the integrity of liquid fuels by clarifying that E-RINs are not authorized to satisfy renewable fuel volume obligations. Efforts by the EPA to stand up this program could devalue or possibly eradicate the existing RIN market, which could be or would be replaced by the new category of E-RINs. As we know, Congress never affirmatively gave authority to the EPA to allow the generation of E-RINs for purposes of satisfying volume requirements under the RFS. All that was done was to direct the EPA to conduct a study and report to Congress on the feasibility of E-RINs, which was never fully completed. This proposal extends far beyond the intent of the RFS and would come at the expense of liquid fuels. The RFS was designed to bring integrity to liquid fuels and biofuel refiners and is critical to the farmers in southern Indiana across the United States. 50% of the corn product in Indiana goes to ethanol. As the original statute clearly states, RIN generation was to be awarded to entities that, quote, refine, blend, or import liquid fuels. The RFS was never intended for a convoluted and complicated process that awards RINs to auto manufacturers. This effort to subsidize the entire EV charging value chain, from renewable energy developers to charging stations, could be rife with fraud and double counting like in the original RIN years ago. During our hearings with EPA this year, both the administrator and the deputy administrator acknowledged concerns that their proposal could add even more expenses to refiners, penalize liquid fuels, and make them less competitive, which could be the purpose of eRINs. This eRIN proposal seems to be nothing more than an additional funding stream to recover investments due to underwhelming EV sales, as we've discussed earlier. And while the EPA removed this provision from their RFS rule earlier this summer, I remain concerned that the administration will bypass legitimate concerns from stakeholders and finalize an eRINs proposal without any more public comment. Our nation's existing energy production and distribution chain should not be haphazardly shut down before we have a clear understanding of the viability of the electrification of our transportation industry. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone, for what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the previous two bills, we heard Republican members suggest that EPA and California are picking winners and losers amongst vehicle engine technologies, that these regulators have an agenda to promote zero-emission vehicles, and that should not be allowed to happen at the expense of internal combustion engines. So I have a hard time understanding how to square that argument with this bill. Because let's be clear, this bill is seeking to limit the availability of certain types of fuels, specifically fuels produced from biogas captured by landfills, wastewater treatment plants, farms, and other waste digesters. Currently, the RFS rewards biogas that is turned into renewable natural gas to fuel a natural gas-powered vehicle, but it does not offer any support for biogas that would power an electric vehicle. Why shouldn't fuels be able to benefit on an even playing field, provided that they meet the RFS definition of an eligible feedstock, regardless of the type of vehicle that they power? Over the course of the legislative hearing and subcommittee markup, we have gone back and forth about the history of eRINs. We're not going to be able to reach agreement on whether eRINs were originally intended under the RFS or whether Congress has done anything to suggest otherwise since 2010. But what we should be able to agree upon is that the RFS was intended to support rural communities, reduce dependence on foreign oil, and lower emissions. There's no doubt that eRINs will help accomplish that goal. So in an effort to avoid blocking certain otherwise eligible fuels from benefiting from the program simply because the type of engine technology they are used to power, I encourage members to oppose this bill. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word in support of this bill.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 4469, the No Fuels Credit for Batteries Act. As Iowa has some of the highest production of biofuels, ethanol, biodiesel, compressed natural gas, and 50% of our energy in the state is from renewables, I strongly support this legislation. The No Fuels Credit for Batteries Act retains current incentives for cleaner biofuels and eliminates participation in the Renewable Fuel Standard program by electric vehicle manufacturers. The Biden administration continues to thrust its support behind a complete shift to electric vehicles, employing every available policy lever without consideration for consumer choice or feasibility for rural Americans. And I represent a rural district. This is all while forcing our country's baseload energy sources offline. This idea that's been put forth by the Biden administration of allowing electric vehicle manufacturers to participate in generating renewable fuel standard credits is unprecedented and another example of bureaucratic overreach if implemented.
The RFS was not meant for electricity generated from an electric vehicle, even if that electric vehicle is charged using biogas that creates electricity. In fact, current law clearly states that the four renewable fuel categories under the RFS are biomass-based diesel, cellulosic biofuel, advanced biofuel, total renewable fuel. Absent this bill, EPA and others would be illegally acting as a legislator by allowing electric vehicles to supplant a marketplace that is large and is growing and is needed, especially as we look at future markets with sustainable aviation fuel and marine fuel. This bill is vital, and I strongly support its passage through this committee, and I urge my colleagues to vote in support. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak? For what purpose does gentlelady seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
So according to Brookings, United States fossil fuels are subsidized to the tune of $20 billion every year. And subsidies for fossil fuels really go back about 100 years. And so it seems to me that it is the height of hypocrisy for over billions of dollars to be spent on fossil fuels, and to say that we don't want to fund renewables. And really, the Republicans are always saying to us that what they really want is all of the above. But when it comes to reality, no, not all of the above. That they want to take this moment to make it impossible for us to really expand opportunities, not only to address the climate, but to make sure that all of the technologies that are there, that are the innovation that is going on, be able to go forth. And so I think this is an obstructionist proposal, and I would urge my colleagues to vote no. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any others wish to speak on the bill? Any bipartisan amendments? Any amendments? Seeing none, the question is on passing the bill. The clerk will report.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Dunn votes aye. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Armstrong votes aye. Weber. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. Pallone.
Votes no.
Pallone votes no. Eschew. Eschew votes no. DeGette.
No.
DeGette votes no. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes no. Matsui. No. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. No. Sarbanes votes no. Tonko.
No.
Tonko votes no. Clark. Clark votes no. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. Dingell votes no. Veazey. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Badagan. Badagan votes no. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes no. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
How's Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Can Mr. Palmer review his vote? Palmer votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Johnson, on that vote, we have 26 ayes and 22 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the legislation approved by the committee today. So ordered. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Leave it. We'll bring it up in my court.
Is this yours? I'm sure how possible. It's ours?